Everybody come on in and we will get started. All right, we are going to get started. My name is Tally V. Terry. I am the Assistant Director of the Victim Assistance Program here at the Utah Office for Victims of Crime, and we are so excited that this day is here. It has been a lot of work in the making, and we are excited to be with everybody today, albeit virtually. We are here for you, and we are ready to spend the day with you. So we're going to jump right in and get started. You want to jump on over to the next slide? Okay, getting some introductions going. Our grant staff will be presenting pretty much throughout the day. So if you haven't met them yet, you will get a chance to meet them later. I know I'm a little bit biased, but I do believe that we have the best staff in the whole world here at UOVC. So yeah, like I said, I am a pretty bit biased about that. First of all, we have Dale Euler. He is our VOCA program manager. Mariah Pease is our VAWA program manager. Melissa Waymont is in a new position as our Sexual Assault Services Funding Coordinator. That's quite a mouthful of a position. Polly Romine, VOCA Grant Analyst, and Danette Stinger as a VOCA Grant Analyst. In just a minute, Vicki, Hildy, and Rochelle, as well as Bree, will have a chance to introduce themselves and the programs that they oversee. And last, but definitely most, is our program support specialist, Maddie, who is our behind the scenes. We love Maddie around here. We could not survive without her. So she will be in charge of all the slide advancing and everything for today. So thank you, Miss Maddie. And Wendy Winder, our audit manager, is out of town. So in case you don't see her though, but she is wonderful as well. So let's get on over to the next slide. And we are going to turn it over to Rochelle, then Vicki, to introduce themselves for just a couple minutes, as well as their program.
Good morning, I'm Rochelle Hill. I have been in victim services for over 18 years, 3 years at the Utah Office for Victims of Crime. I oversee our training program, which does quarterly SWAVO trainings, the SWAVO listserv, our Utah Victim Assistance Academy, our mass casualty kind of response coordinating that, and then training and technical assistance.
Sorry, had to unmute in video. I'm Vicki Bushman, and I am the State Victim Advocate Liaison. I've been in this position about 2.5 years, and then worked in victim services for, I guess it's 17 years, sorry, got this math. And as part of my position, easiest way to explain my position is I try to be an advocate for advocates. So I work with advocates all across the state, and be a support to them as needed, can do one-on-ones if that's requested. They also assist programs to collaborate and help them connect with their counterparts in their area. Trying to build a library of resources and best practices for victim services, provide technical and training assistance as needed. And then we did complete needs assessment. Most of you have heard about that. And then we're kind of right now in the thick of our strategic planning task force and doing our strategic plan. So that is what I do.
Good morning. My name is Hildegard Koenig, and I'm the outreach coordinator. I've been in this position for 6 years, and I've been in the victim services for 18 years. And so my position, my my roles, my position is to work with underserved communities throughout the state, provide assistance and resources. Also, in regards, you probably hear regards to crime victims witness complaints and discrimination complaints that come through me. I'm the pass-through person. And then I provide TA and trainings in regards to underserved communities, best practices, language access, all those parts. And also I oversee the outreach campaign statewide, the Victim Resource Connect, the Victims' Rights Campaign, and also do the National Crime Victims' Rights Week, which it will be happening this year from April 23rd to the 29th. So you'll get more information as it comes. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Bree Talbot. Let's make sure my microphone's on. I'm Bree Talbot, and I am the newest auditor in the UOVC. I work with Wendy Winder. Prior to this, I worked for 4 years as a program manager in the Iron County Sheriff's Office, and I ran a VOCA grant through that. So part of what we do as auditors, we wanted to give you a little bit of an introduction to that. Every July, when awards are accepted, we do what's called a risk assessment. This is a federal requirement where we ask the point of contact to complete a survey. And we use the information that is given from that survey, as well as having a discussion with grant analysts to assign a risk level to each grant. This risk level determines the monitoring frequency for your grant. Generally, there are 3 different options for monitoring. We can either have a desk review and a site visit every other year, a desk review every year and a site visit every other year, or we can do both a desk review and a site visit every year. Oh, sorry, the second one was a desk review every year and a site visit every other year. But if we have concerns, we might have some additional monitoring requirements. These could be things like asking that you submit documentation prior to billing, have additional grants training, or quarterly reporting prior to payments being approved. So you might be asking, what's a site visit? Site visits are a federal requirement, and they're part of UOVC policy, and they kind of vary in how they look year to year. We want them to be meaningful, so we have different goals for each year. We may come to your office and ask for a tour and to see different areas. We may want to talk to staff and interview them and have discussions with them on how your program functions and different things. We may go over desk review results, or we may just be there to provide technical assistance and answer any questions you may have. They might be before or after the desk review, depending on the purpose for that year, but we will contact you prior to having them and schedule a time that's good for you. And then desk reviews. We email out a request prior to the desk review about a month before your items would be due. And we always review a quarter of your PMT data, which is your the data that you submit to our system for the services that you're doing. We also request financial billings for at least 3 months and have you complete a survey. And then we may ask for non-financial documentation, such as policies and procedures. We're working on reviewing policies to ensure compliances with our certified assurances and grant conditions. So if you've had a desk review, we've sent you requests for different policies, and then we may have come back and said, hey, can you improve this? Or do you guys do this to be in compliance with your certified assurances? This year, if you accept a grant award, you'll probably receive a list of policies and their requirements pretty early in the year, because that's something that we're trying to get on top of this year. And with these policies and procedures, just as a side note, they can be made specific for a grant. They don't have to be an agency-wide policy to be in compliance with the certified assurances. Another thing that we like to provide is technical assistance. We want to always be available to answer any questions and provide technical assistance. Really, we would like to be available for you and just have open communications in case you ever have issues or questions about if something's allowable on your grant. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you so much, Bree, and everybody else. When I started here almost 10 years ago, which is crazy to me, we had 5 of us doing all of this work, and obviously a whole lot less money. And so I was just thinking, wow, things have grown so much, and it's so exciting for us to be able to provide support to all of the wonderful agencies out there like yourselves who are doing this great work. I love being a part of it. When I explain to people what we do at our office, I just say we help the helpers. You know, we're here to help people who are doing amazing things in our state for crime victims. So on that note, I want to let everybody know we are hiring. We do have some extra funds that have come in, and we'll have some extra grant money for that, some actually state funds. And we would love for anybody with some experience in this field to come and apply. We know a lot of you out there are just wonderful to work with and have a lot of great skills we would love to have. It is, as many of you might know who Bree is, we offer these positions to anybody in the state. So we have Bree working out of Garfield County, you know, which is quite rural. And so if you're in a more rural part of the state, we offer that remote option. It's full-time work. And once again, I am pretty biased, but I think we are a pretty amazing place to work for. So, and we have a lot of fun too. So keep an eye out in the next couple of weeks. We'll be posting some jobs. And then on that note, if you guys want to introduce yourselves in the chat, let's see that blow up, name and your agency and either the city or county you're from. I'm kind of scanning down the attendee list right now, and I see some names there, but go ahead and throw your name and your agency in the chat, and that way we can, we would love to see who's here. Okay, while this is going, there it goes. Okay, I will be looking at that in just a minute so I don't get too distracted. Okay, so we have a very full and exciting day in front of us today. This is the first time ever that we have combined all 3 of our grant programs on the same timeline. So this is very fun and new, but also a little bit stressful, I think, for everybody involved, but we are hoping that it will actually work out for the best, that people can plan their budgets and their timelines and everything accordingly. So in just a minute, I'll show you guys the agenda of today, but the objectives every year, they're pretty much the same objectives. We want to make sure that everybody can each understand each grant program and what its guidelines are. Our hope is with this training that the quality of the grant applications will be improved, because we're hopefully giving you guys some good tips to make your grant applications a little bit better. If there's any applications which do not meet eligibility requirements, and you know, I don't think anybody wants to waste any time. We're all busy. So if you're sitting in here and maybe you're new and thinking I want to apply for this funding, but as you're listening, maybe it's not the best, then hopefully you get some information to determine whether or not you choose to apply. We'll be talking in the later part of the day of the grant application itself. We have worked very diligently to make sure that between our 3 grant programs that the applications are aligned as best as possible in our grant management system. So we'll be going over that later on. Any application changes, new requirements, we have a few of those for sure. You know, mostly a lot of things are the same as they have been for the last couple decades, but of course there's going to be a couple new changes. And any information on federal funding, which I'll tell you right now, we don't have anything new. Some people might be wondering already if we know how much we're going to receive next year for VOCA, and I cannot tell you. So not a whole lot there. We will be talking a tiny bit about the state funding there though. So Maddie, if you don't mind opening up the agenda for today. There it is. Y'all should have received this. I'd keep this on hand because we're hopefully going to follow this pretty quick. Let's see, it looks like I've got 16 more minutes. I think I can do that. But we might have to tweak it a little bit, but we should be pretty on task. So this first little part, we're just going to kind of go over, review the day and the timelines and things like that. And then we're going to have breakouts. And so some of you might not be applying for every single grant. You're all welcome to stay the whole day with us. That's fine. But you might be sitting in a particular grant training, for example, like SASP, and think, this does not apply to my agency. We're not asking anybody to listen to all of it. We're actually not requiring anybody to listen to all of it. This is for your benefit, though, for your applications, and all of this is being recorded. So after this, we will break off into VOCA specific instructions for that program. Make sure we're taking a break. Then we're going to go into VAWA. After that, we'll take our lunch break. Then we're going to talk in the afternoon a little bit more about the sexual assault funding in general, some funding that is coming through UOVC from the state, as well as our SASP program, which is Sexual Assault Services for Rape Crisis Centers. After that, we will take another break, and then we will finish up the day with our instructions on our grant application. And so if you do decide to, step out because perhaps maybe a VAWA and a SASP grant might not apply to you, I would strongly recommend that you come back at the end of the day, because the application instructions will be for all of the grants. Okay, let's go into the training overview. So there it is. There we go. Okay, the first thing I'm probably going to say right out, as far as questions go, looks like we're up to about 170 people here online, and we have a lot of information, and a lot of it is very carefully scripted, because we really want to make sure that the information that we are providing to you is transparent and consistent with everything that we have put together in our federal funding plan. And so for that reason, there's a good chance that a lot of your questions that are put in the chat will not be answered live. We will make an effort to make sure that those questions are then posted on our website with the answers later. So we're not trying to be mean or rude or anything like that. It's just, we have noticed that if we start answering a lot of questions that aren't entirely related to this, or we might just not have the answer for it, tends to lead to more questions, and then we get really off topic with our content here. So we're going to do the best we can to stick to that. Maybe if it's a simple question, like what page are we on, we could do something like that. But for the most part, most questions are going to be answered later. We definitely don't want to tell you not to ask the questions. Feel free to throw them either in the chat or the Q&A box. Just know that we might not be able to get you the answer right away. Okay. Let's see here. So we have our overview of grant, talked about that a little bit, the breakouts, and then the grant management. So those are our three main areas, like I just said. As you probably already noticed, this training is recorded. So if you'd like to go back and listen to it, by all means, go right ahead. It will be here for you. And then the Q&A, which we'll talk about in a minute, will be posted online. Let's see here. We do have a question and answer tab. So if you do have questions, or I would put that in there for this particular, like Dale just said, the chat, things get lost pretty easily. The question and answer, we can keep track of that. This is a webinar format. And so the only people that will be actually speaking vocally will be the panelists. Okay, we talked about the breaks a little bit. And as you can see, closed captioning and sign language interpretation are available. I am going to try to speak slower, because that is always something of mine, is I speak too fast. So we will need to make sure that we're speaking slow enough. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so let's jump into our timeline. We are at today, March 13th. It is our online webinar. This is our overview timeline for all of the grants. So we'll be going over each of these steps more in detail throughout the day, but I would definitely, this is on our website too, I would just definitely keep these dates in mind. April 25th is the date to register in the UOVC GMS. If you're a current subgrantee, you're good. You're already registered clearly, because you already have that for your grant. But if you're new and you need to register in the GMS, I would do so before April 25th. I would probably do so in the next week personally, because it's a lot of information to do, but no later than the 25th if you have not done so already. The questions and technical support, like I said, that question and answer sheet, that final day to submit questions will be on April 28th. Okay, so make sure that you have those questions in mind before then. So that way, if you get started on April 29th and then have a whole bunch of questions, we're going to say you're out of luck. And then this is the big date you want to circle in your calendar in red, is the submission of the grant is due on May 3rd at 11:59 p.m. Now, we like to make it 11:59 because if you're like me, I am doing that at the last minute. However, I, as a last minute person, know very well that if you try to reach out to us at 11:58, it's not going to happen, you know. So we'll keep it open that late, but don't expect much assistance at that time. So may the odds be ever in your favor if you're doing it at that late at night, but it will be open until then. 12 o'clock, you're out of luck. And then at that time, it will go to our screening allocation process and our board approval, which we'll talk about in just a minute. We know that the award notifications are extremely close to when the grant starts. We would like to make that earlier for our own benefit as well. We know that were some extra factors with some additional funding coming in through the legislature, as well as combining all of the grants into one RFP, that we wanted to make sure that you all had enough time to get that in. So that all got pushed back, but we should have at least a preliminary notification out by June 27th. And then the grant program will begin on July 1st. Okay. Okay, let's talk about our website for just a minute. Maddie, if you don't mind taking us there. We have got into this century, at least. I don't know for more of the beginning of the century or 2023, but we have a website that actually works pretty dang well. And this has all of the information that you should need to complete your grant application. So the first place that we want to direct you towards is, so if you go into grant solicitations, let's test my own knowledge to make sure I know where I'm going here. There's a lot of information there. You can get lost in it, and it's so exciting. Let me tell you, reading the OMB circular and the DOJ grant financial guide, it's just really thrilling reading. So you guys have a lot to read there, but that should have all the resources that you need. The first thing I want to point out are the instruction sheets for each program. As you can see, there's VOCA, VAWA, and SASP. We will be following the instruction sheets. However, we won't be following them exactly in order. So I would highly recommend that whatever grant you're applying for, that you have those instruction sheets handy. If you're a paper kind of person, go ahead and print them out and have them to the side. Oh, Maddie, why don't you give us some feedback on our site while you're at it? And have those ready because our training will be coming directly from the instructions. My recommendation would be that you read those instructions at least 3 times. There's always more information to be had in there. And it really comes back to follow the instructions, things will go mostly well for you. So those instruction sheets are the first thing I wanted to point out. Then if you want to scroll back up, you will see all of the other information that we have for today. Our grant management system link is there. Any kind of forms as far as the intent to submit your grant, subject matter expert reviewer application, we'll talk about what those are. There is our public question answer. So there will be the submission form, which like you can see here is pretty straightforward. You know, you can check off what category it goes to and ask your question. The big thing on the questions, especially as we get into it a little bit more, is make sure that question hasn't already been asked and answered, you know, because then we'll probably just reply and say, hey, this question's already answered. So make sure you check that. And I'd probably make sure that you thoroughly read the instructions and view this training before the questions come, okay? But then there's definitely still questions to be asked, okay? Let's, go back out of there. And then you will see, it's blank right now because we don't have any questions yet, obviously, but then this cute little form here is where you're gonna see all of the answers to the questions, okay? I will say one thing right now that I kind of say to my kids, sometimes you might not like the answer to the question, but it will be answered. So just so you know, and then sometimes you might say that might not be relevant to this particular RFP, or we'll talk about that later. Okay, let's go back out to the site. Okay, lots of helpful resources and guides to review while you're looking at that. Any kind of required attachments that you're going to need that we'll talk about later are all right there. And then information for each grant program. And then of course our lovely timeline. So like I said, I really have to hand it to my team. I will keep on saying this all day long. They are amazing, and this has been a huge lift. And so lots of information there. Please make sure that you go and take a look at it when you're applying, because it's only here to help you. Okay, let's go back. Okay, yeah, there we go. Next slide. Just advancing on mine as well here. Okay, we talked about this a little bit already, but the submission of all grants applications must be in the GMS before 11:59 Wednesday, May 3rd. We're going to say that again and again and again throughout the training too. Hopefully that message will come through. If they come in after, you know, our hearts are going to be broken. They really are. We usually get one or two and we're just like, sorry, but we need to be fair. I mean, if it is a huge disaster, like we're prone to have here in Utah with windstorms or who knows, whatever, we could probably take that into consideration, but I would play it safe and probably get your applications in at least a few days. Even me as a last minute person on grant applications, I usually do at least 2 or 3 days ahead of time. So just a word to the wise. Let's see, it has to be through UOVC GMS. Sometimes people have tried to send them to us. That is no bueno. They need to be through the system. And then the same with any required documents or letters or anything like that. They need to be in the system. If you try to email us, the best we might do is respond back and say that's not going to work. But for the most part, those will not be considered. It all needs to be uploaded into the GMS. Okay, next slide. Yeah, my team was right. I'm definitely going to go over my time. So I'm sorry, everybody, but I think we should be able to make up for it throughout the day. I thought I'd actually not go over, but here we are. Okay, our intent to submit form. We talked about this for a second. That is on our website. Don't worry about going to it for right now, but it's a simple form. So if any of you are planning on submitting an application, then you're going to need to go into that form. It's pretty straightforward, as you can see here. Your email, your agency name, your contact, and then which grant you intend to apply for. That will take you to another page asking you a couple more questions, as well as the amount you're applying for. So if you plan on submitting more than one grant, like say like you want to submit a VOCA, VAWA, and a SASP just for fun because you love applying for grants, you will need to submit a separate intent to submit form for every single one. Okay. You might not know exactly to the penny how much you're applying for. That is okay. It doesn't need to be the exact amount, but within about a few $100 would be helpful, you know. So you might want to wait until you have your budget all figured out before you submit that. But that is a deadline of Wednesday, March 29th to get that in. That helps us to determine how many grants we can expect, what we're going to look at for screening allocation committees, and get that going ahead of time before they're all due, because then we're on a pretty tight timeline to get those grants scored and reviewed and out to our board for approval. Okay, I think I got that one covered. Next slide. Okay, we talked about this a lot. I don't think I'm going to go over it too much more, but once again, question and answers need to be on the form. I will say it again, that any question that will be emailed to us outside of the grants management system, technical assistance, any questions on here, they need to be on here. And so if you're talking to your grant analyst, maybe about your current grant, that's fine. But if it's something about, oh, hey, while I have you on the phone, can I ask you a question? They're going to say, hey, guess what? Sorry, I really like you, but you're going to have to submit that in writing on the form itself. We do still get a couple of people who might email it to us. We're not trying to be mean. It is our whole purpose to be transparent so that we're not, you know, maybe giving somebody over here a whole lot more help than everybody else. Okay. Let's see here. Public Q&A, grant management system. Oh, yes. And then if you do have questions on the grant management system itself, especially if you're new and you've never applied for a grant, you can email the grant manager, Dale Euler or Mariah Pease, but it needs to be very specific to, I can't figure out how to log in, or specific questions to the grant management system. Okay, they can help you with that, but nothing else. Okay. Okay, and then we wanted to give you an overview for those you might know of our screening allocation process. So kind of what happens to the grants once you get it submitted and then get them back out. This is a process that we have prided ourselves on, that we have shown to other states and they have modeled as well. But we have a 4-step process in our screening and allocation to make sure that it's done the best we possibly can. So the first, it goes through a pre-screen. That is a pretty straightforward process that our grant analysts do. They have a checklist of questions to basically make sure that this grant falls within the basic grant requirements. For example, if it's a nonprofit or a government agency, if the activities that they're proposing are within grant guidelines, things such as that nature, you know, checking the DUNS number, all that fun stuff, pretty straightforward. Then they will send it out to a subject matter expert peer review committee. These committees, they are peers like everybody here. Many of you have done this before. Will review the grant applications, obviously not their own, because that would be a conflict of interest, and or any other conflict of interest they might have, they will decline those. They have a scoring rubric, and then they will look those over, and we will meet as a committee to review those and discuss those and the quality of those. And they will provide us recommendations based off of their thoughts and consensus. Then they will go to a management review, which is our team, you know, that will meet together to also review those as well, look at more of the history and the longevity of those grant applications. We'll be going a little bit more about what those will be looking like. They will also give any recommendations if they are different than the subject matter experts, which isn't very often, but sometimes they will. And then all of those recommendations, both from the SME committees as well as the management, go to a big, huge report to our UOVC board. Now, our board has a statutory authority to authorize grant funds through our office. So there is a big meeting in June where all of this information is given to them, and they can make the decision to approve those or make any changes as needed. Let's see here. That's just a little bit more of our statute, as well as the biggest thing to say here is all funding determinations are final. These are not open to negotiation. It is more of a take it or leave it type of scenario for these grants. And so you will, if chosen to be funded, probably get some comments back from your grant analyst who will be over it saying, hey, you got funded this much, you may need to tweak your budget or make some changes here. That is fine. That probably happens for about 95% of our grants, very rarely, but sometimes they do come back saying no changes needed, you're good to go. But most often than not, there's a few changes, and so those will need to be done, and then your grant can get going. But those are final, so when those meetings happen, it's not about, well, what if I tried harder to make this? After our board has approved it, our hands are tied. They're only the ones with authority. So if you're asking your grant analyst to make some changes, or myself, to be honest, or Gary, anybody around our office, we will not be able to do that for you. Okay, next slide. Okay, and on this note, I have a call for reviewers for our screening and allocation committees. Many of you have done this in the past, and a lot of people, most people seem to have an enjoyable experience with it, because it does give you a really good idea of what happens with these grant applications and how you can make your own application better. I've done this way back in the past, 10 years ago, like I said, and it helped me with the job I have today. I still remember those days of looking over these grants. And we need a lot of people to do these, because obviously we're expecting to have close to 150 grant applications turned in, and we could use some help reviewing those. So we're needing at least about 50 people with experience in this field to help review these grant applications. Like I said, the job is mostly you'll be getting 10 or 15 grant applications to score online, and then attending a full day virtual meeting to discuss that. We have an SME reviewer application. If you have done that before, you will need to do it again. It's pretty straightforward though. It's not like a job application, so you don't need to submit that much information there, but just to give us an idea of what your what your experience is in victim services as well as grant management. So, so you'll need to fill that out before that deadline. And then the good news this year is that we check this out, but we will be providing stipends for those who are interested to to receive those as an SME reviewer. Not everybody has to. Some people just get paid through their agency for that time. That's fine. But we were thinking about this, and it's a lot of work that we're asking people to do. And we know that you all are super busy doing your jobs and doing everything else in your lives. And so we want to show a little bit of appreciation for that and provide some stipends. We still are finalizing the details, so keep an eye out for that, and we'll have that on our website as well. But just keep that in mind that we will be doing a stipend for those who are applying for, or for those who will be reviewing our grants. Okay. Make sure here. Okay. Whew. Okay. That is all the basic information about the grant stuff. In just a minute, we'll be going into each program, but I wanted to take a minute now to talk about some of the initiatives that have been going on in the meantime. Many of you are aware of this, some of you might not be. So we're just kind of bringing this all in because the Utah Office of Victims of Crime has had a very active part in state funding and the need for victim services across the state. And so we wanted to give you all an update on that. Once again, as with everything else, this will probably spring up a lot of questions. We don't have a lot of time and everything like that to answer that today. We can give that more to you later. So let me just start out by saying that we have joined forces with a lot of other organizations in an effort that has not happened before, as you can see. So our office, along with all of the coalitions, along with the Utah Children's Justice Center program underneath the AG's office, the Department of Human Services, and many others, I just can't fit everybody's on this slide here, have all been working together since about almost a full year now to really get some information across to state stakeholders about the need for consistent victim services across the state. No matter where a person lives, there needs to be services for them. Okay, next slide. So in the last legislation, actually, why don't you go right back up? I forgot to talk about this a little bit more. So in the last session, let me back up for just a second, actually. We were requested in the interim to write a report to the Social Services Subcommittee about the needs for core services, about what those costs would be, about what those core services are for domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse victims. We thought it'd be a pretty straightforward report between all these people. I think it was about 86 pages. Later on in the training, we can show you where that link is. It was quite an effort though, and provided a really good idea of how much these services are needed and how much people like you are doing out there every day for crime victims. So it really got into a lot of people's heads that, hey, we need to do more on the state level for crime victims. So going into that in the legislative session, the governor requested $30 million of one-time funding, as well as $20 million of ongoing funding in the governor's budget to go towards services for victims of domestic violence, child abuse, and sexual assault. So that was what originally went in. Later on, that got trimmed down a little bit. You can go ahead and go to the next slide now, Maddie. That in the end, skipping to the end of all the legislative session, there are a lot of talks about this in legislative session this year too, more than has ever been had before. The effect of it basically was $12 million of ongoing funding to the state and $12.5 million of one-time funding. And those have been broken up as you see there. They will be going, when you actually go to the next slide, it'll be a little bit easier to explain that one in that table. There we go. Okay. So these state funds will be going through different state agencies. Okay. And so we're not going to touch too much on this today, is the biggest message I want to get across. We don't have a lot of time and we're not quite ready to have a plan on all of that at this moment today, but we know this has been a big topic of conversation. A lot of people are going to be asking about it. So we at least wanted to address it, but just know that more information on this will be had later, and especially for the domestic violence shelters funding, as well as the Children's Justice Center's funding, that is not going through our office. So we don't really have a whole lot to say about that because that will be going through the Department of Health and Human Services, as well as the Utah Attorney General's Office CJC program. So if you fit within one of those categories and you have questions about any of the state funding that was just awarded through the legislature, you would need to reach out to them about how that's going to go down, but we would not have the information for you on that. Our funding, there is a portion of that funding that is coming through the Utah Office for Victims of Crime, and that is for the sexual assault funding, which we'll be talking about a little bit more this afternoon. And then there was a portion of funding that was sliced out for other programs, criminal justice programs, underserved and legal programs. So I know that probably a lot of people are very interested, very curious, have a lot of questions about that. We don't have all of the answers today, and so we don't want to give anybody a lot of information that might change later. As the legislative session just ended about 10 days ago, we have a lot of work to do to get those in order. We need to report back to the legislature in May about what our plans are. And for any programs that could be receiving those funding, we will be reaching out to within the next few weeks and having some more information at a later point. But right now, we don't have a lot to discuss on that today, so we're not going to go into that. And then just as a side note, the state did fund a couple of state-funded victim services programs, such as the Department of Public Safety, as well as the Guardian ad litem office. Of course, that's going to go directly to them, so we don't have anything else to say on that. Just wanted to make sure that I put that information out there, but more like as a preview of what's to come, not necessarily a lot that we're going to be talking about today. Next slide. Okay, and I think this is something I just talked about, but here are some of our priorities when it comes to the funding that's coming through our office, the state funding with sexual assault services. Like I said, we'll talk a little bit more about in the afternoon, but that will be services, core services for rape crisis centers, sexual assault coalitions, as well as SANE nurses. For criminal justice victim advocacy program, our main goal with that is to ensure that criminal justice advocacy programs are funded. Unfortunately, we will not be able to fund all of them with the state funds that we have throughout the state, but at least to make sure that there are criminal justice programs funded through the state in every county. And then the legal services and underserved victims of crimes priorities, we are still working on that. Okay, next slide. Okay, I wanted to say this, and I did notice a question in the chat on this. This might kind of answer that, but once again, we'll be answering that more later. When it comes to planning your budget, okay, it is the responsibility of all applicants to make sure that you're taking into consideration all additional funding sources before applying for any of these grants, okay? These are discretionary and competitive grant funds. And so with that, we ask that all applicants look into every source of funding, be that state funding, be it local, city, or government funding, private funds, donations, other grants, whatever that might be. Take those into consideration before filling out this grant application. Whatever expenses are requested on any of these grant applications need to have a thorough budget justification of all the funds are in this grant. Also, as in years past, as we've had for decades, there is an additional resources sheet that needs to be filled out to show what other resources that you have coming into various agencies and how those funds are being utilized. Our main point with this is to make sure that one, you are seeking out additional resources for your program, and also two, that there's no duplication of funding. We just need to make sure that's happening. We have a very tight budget to ensure, and we cannot have any types of duplications anywhere. Okay, next slide. This is not a whole lot of new news to anybody, but the overall VOCA award from our program is decreasing by about 40%. 2 years ago, we did some pretty straight across the board decreases because we had to, unfortunately, decrease at that time as well. VOCA has been facing some decreases over the last few years, and so that hits the states as well. This year, we are not requiring straight across the board decreases. The main reason for that is we have some grants that are approximately $700,000 and some grants that are approximately $20,000. So straight across the board decreases are not always the best way to fund. And considering the amount of additional resources out there, we are not asking for that. We are asking for programs to consider all of the resources that they have coming in, both new and continuing, and take that into account to decrease their budget and only ask for what is most needful. This particularly applies to grants with larger amounts. Usually if you're under $100,000, you don't have much more than what is needful. It is a very basic grant application to do your job. And I'm definitely not saying that anybody has a large grant that they, that nothing isn't necessary. Of course, we know all of these programs need probably more funding, but just keeping that in mind, if you have a larger budget, that there's more likely to have decreases than those who have a very teeny tiny budget of like $25,000 to $50,000. Okay, any decreases that you do take on your own, whether you found other sources for them or whatnot, should be fully documented in the budget justification. This will help you. So if you're saying, hey, look, I took $100,000 on my own across this grant, put that in there. A lot of times screening allocation, even ourselves won't notice that. And as we'll go into the budget justification later, you will have plenty of opportunity and ability to put that in. Next slide. Okay, and then this is going back to our mission. This is more specific, by the way, to VOCA funds. Our VAWA is about the same award and our SASP has gone up a tiny bit, but the requirements are still the same to provide ample justification. But it is UOVC's responsibility to ensure that baseline victim services for all victims of crime are provided equitably across the entire state. Applicants should take into consideration the existing victim services in their area and carefully evaluate methods of collaboration when applying for funding. So I'm going to sound like a broken record, but look across for other funding sources that you might have, as well as collaborating with your partners in your agency. I know that's a hard thing to do. I have been there. I am still there. I agree. It is never easy, but thinking about the victims that could best use that fund, keep in mind methods of collaboration. And once again, as UOVC, we are responsible to look out to the needs as a state and not just each individual organization. So even though some agencies might have some funding to do certain things, we have to keep in mind every single program across the state and make sure it's equitable. Okay, next slide. I think I'm getting close to the end. Haha, I knew it. Okay, I would say if there's any questions, but I think you guys know what I'm going to say for that. I see that there's a few in the Q&A, but I'm going to turn it over to Dale. I'm sorry, Dale. I took some of your time, but hopefully we'll make up for it.
We're not too far behind. Thank you, Tally. Appreciate it. So this next section, until we go to break, I think we have about an hour and 15 minutes. We'll be going over VOCA. And again, I want to say thank you, Tally. For those of you that don't know me, I know a lot of you do, but my name is Dale Euler. I am the VOCA program manager here at the Utah Office for Victims of Crime. I've been here for 10 years now, 11 if you count the volunteer time that I did. After I got my master's degree, I came here as a volunteer victim advocate. I was hired in 2013 as a reparation officer, and I did that for about 4 years. And then Tally decided to take a chance on me in 2016, and I came over to the grant side to become a grant analyst, worked my way up to lead and then program manager here. So I've been here for 10 years. I've seen a lot. I've learned a lot about victim services. I've made a lot of great relationships with you guys across the state. And I'm just thankful and happy to be here again and to have this opportunity to do this with you guys once again. I know things were a lot easier and more fun when the money was going up as opposed to when it's going down. But luckily we got some help through the state this year for our programs across the state of Utah. So, I think that's really exciting for all of us to see that we're going to have a little bit more stable funding. And then hopefully, we don't know what our current VOCA award is going to be, but hopefully if it's anything like the last year, it looks like we bottomed out around 10 million and then it went to 14. And so hopefully we're going to go back up. I really would prefer it if we had about anywhere from 17 to $20 million this next year, but I guess we'll see. It's all depending on the deposits that go into the Crime Victims Fund. But again, you'll hear from me, you'll hear from Melissa, Polly and Danette. These guys are awesome. I wouldn't be able to do my job without them. They're really great. And I'm just so happy to be part of this great team that we have here. So if you go to the next slide, Maddie. We always, if we're going to talk about VOCA, we can't talk about VOCA without mentioning Ronald Reagan. He passed the Victims of Crime Act in 1984, which was actually signed on October 12th of 1984. And this was on the heels of the Task Force on Victims of Crime in 1982, which aimed to assess the poor treatment of crime victims in the criminal justice system. I know that it's still not fair, 40 years later, but I feel like a lot of the stuff that happened back then was to try to, get a voice for victims and really point out their role in this whole process and the importance of having rights for crime victims. And he established the Crime Victims Week in 1980, which is now the National Crime Victims' Rights Week, which we celebrate in April. So the fund is financed by fines and penalties by convicted federal offenders. This is not tax dollars, and I think that's a misconception that we see a lot with VOCA, is a lot of people are like, oh, you're using all that tax money. Well, no, this is coming from convicted federal offenders. It's not tax dollars. So, and the Utah Office for Victims of Crime is the agency authorized to administer the VOCA grant program in Utah. There is a program just like this in every single state in the nation and some of the other territories as well. So people are doing this all across America and, trying to get help for victims. If you want to go to the next slide, Maddie. So the general purpose of VOCA is to assist public and private nonprofit agencies in providing services to victims of crime. It's also utilized to develop new programs in underserved victim populations in geographical areas, or to enhance successful programs. I think Tally mentioned this earlier, but it's our job to help the helpers. You guys do all the important work, and we really appreciate everything you do for victims across the state of Utah. But really, it's our job to try to get you what you need to help the victims across the state of Utah. Next slide, please. And as Tally said earlier, we're kind of jumping around in our instructions packet here. So if you're following along, you might see some at the bottom of the page. This is page 4 of the VOCA instructions. And you'll see that as we go throughout our slides throughout the day of where we're at. We'll be jumping around a little bit from page to page. But this one's on page 4 of the VOCA instructions. This is the priority areas. The funding priorities under Utah's VOCA Victim Assistance Program follow the guidance under the 28 Code of Federal Regulations, which requires states to take the following factors into consideration. And that's the range of direct services throughout the state, the unmet needs of crime victims, the coordinated cooperative response of community organizations in organizing direct services, and the availability of direct services throughout the criminal justice process. We really try to get the big picture of what's going on in Utah. We get a lot of that information from our subgrantees. You guys will have an opportunity to explain what's really going on in your area, what services are needed for victims, what your agency can use to help that. We also have meetings with various partners throughout the state, as well as needs assessments, and OVC's VOCA Center helped us with the statistical analysis this year, which was really helpful to see where the money is at throughout the state, how it's being used, and what we've done historically. Want to go to the next slide. So these next few slides, if you look at the bottom, page 8 of the VOCA instructions, we'll just be going over the eligibility requirements to be able to apply for VOCA. So the applicant agency must be a public or a nonprofit organization or a combination of thereof, which provides direct services to crime victims. That's the most important thing. Is your agency providing direct services to crime victims? You must be affiliated with the state or local government, private nonprofit organization, or a Native American tribe. And you have to demonstrate the capacity to complete the mandatory elements within the proposal. And show us that there is a record, you guys have a record of providing effective services and have a history of providing direct services in a cost-effective manner. Next slide, please. You have to have financial support from non-federal entities. There is a match requirement of 25% cash or in kind of the total VOCA federal funds required. These requirements for match are waived for Native American tribes organizations that are located directly on a reservation. And if you guys have had VOCA funding, if you're not new, you know that we have been required to waive the match due to the pandemic national emergency, and for 1 year after it is declared over. Now we're going to get into this a little bit later because there is talks that on May 11th, President Biden is going to come out and declare that the pandemic national emergency is over. So we will get into what that really means for you guys as far as having match or not having the match and how that's going to work for the next 2 years with VOCA. Next slide, please, Maddie. So you have to demonstrate that 25 to 50% of your financial support comes from non-federal sources if it's a new program that has not demonstrated a record of providing effective services. Your agency has to utilize volunteers. You have to follow the non-discrimination provisions, which there'll be some more information about that in the certified assurances and grant conditions later on. And you have to promote within the community served, coordinated public and private efforts to aid crime victims, which is more important now than ever that we're seeing this funding drop, is that how are you coordinating and collaborating with the other victim service providers in your area? We really want to see how that's working because we all have to work together, especially when the funding is going down like we've seen it. Next slide, please. You have to assist victims in seeking available crime victim compensation benefits. So I know a lot of you know about our office, but the Utah Office for Victims of Crime, it generally has 2 departments. One is assistance, which is where me and this team are at that give away the grant money. And the other is compensation, and they help our victims directly financially. So it's important that all the assistance programs help refer the victims to the compensation programs to further assist the victims across the state of Utah. You have to provide services at no charge through the VOCA funded project. And any deviation from that, you just need to have prior approval from UOVC. You have to maintain confidentiality of client customer information as required by state and federal law. Comply with the applicable provisions of VOCA, the program guidelines, and the requirements of M7100 1D, which includes maintaining appropriate programmatic and financial records that fully disclose the amount of disposition of VOCA funds received. Eligibility requirements continued. Maintain statutorily required civil rights statistics on victims served by race, national origin, sex, age, and disability, and permit reasonable access to its books, documents, papers, and records to determine whether the recipient is complying with applicable civil rights laws. Again, we will go over this stuff. I think it's the last section of the day. We'll be talking about these things. Ensure confidentiality of research information. You have to submit statistical and programmatic information on the use of impact of VOCA funds requested by UOVC. And finally, UOVC has determined that applications will be ineligible for consideration if they're late, incomplete, or fail any of the mandatory elements within the request for proposal solicitation. Things are different now than they were when I first started. There used to be, used to have to turn in these paper grants, and you have to have 7 copies of them, and you have to have them to our office at a certain time. But like the GMS system we have now, once you get to 11:59, so at midnight on May 4th, if your grant isn't in, it won't be accepted. And I think I did see Chris Davies from UDVC in here earlier, but I'll never forget, it's my first year, and I'm pretty much holding open the door at UOVC, and Chris comes running in with his grants and to get them in on time. And I wish that we could help like that again. It was really great, to be able to see people really trying and getting stuff in on time. But unfortunately, like I said, if that's the case this year, I can't keep the system open. It'll shut you out, and we won't be able to accept your grant. Next slide, please. Okay, so skipping around back to page 7 of the VOCA instructions. So this is an estimate of UOVC's distribution of funding. The categories may fluctuate at our discretion, but we have to, by law, have 10% across 4 categories. It's mandatory. That would be child abuse, domestic violence, sexual assault, and underserved communities. So of this estimate, the underserved populations, which is defined as agencies whose primary mission is to provide services to crime victims and underserved populations, such as the LGBTQI community, people with disabilities, polygamous communities, tribal nations, etc. We're estimating on allocating 2.5 million over 2 years. Legal services, which is defined as agencies whose primary purpose is to provide legal service to victims of crime, another 2.5 million over 2 years. Domestic violence programs, agencies whose primary purpose is to provide services to victims of domestic violence, such as our shelters, TV crisis hotline, etc. $5 million over 2 years. Our sexual assault programs, which is defined as agencies whose primary purpose is to provide services to victims of sexual assault. For example, our rape crisis programs and our SANE programs, $3 million over 2 years. Our criminal justice victim advocates, which is defined as victim advocacy programs that are established within the criminal justice system, such as law enforcement and prosecutors' offices on the local and state levels, $7.5 million over 2 years. Our child abuse and treatment, which is defined as agencies whose primary purpose is to provide services to victims of child abuse, such as our children's justice centers and family support centers across the state, as well as programs whose primary purpose is to provide mental health treatment to services to all victims of crime. Another $3.5 million over 2 years. And we have set aside $1 million to new agencies, which these must be completely new to VOCA and meet the eligibility requirements as outlined in the solicitation. We've set aside $1 million for them. But we really don't know what's going to come in for that category, if we're even going to have $1 million or not. It's yet to be seen. So this is a total of $25 million over 2 years, which our last 2 year cycle, we were able to award $43 million over 2 years. So you can see the drastic decrease that we've had here. It's more than frustrating, but we're positive and hopeful that the funding continues to shift and go the other direction over these next few years. Next slide. So with this, I will turn it over to Melissa Wayment real quick to talk about our sexual assault set aside.
Thank you, Dale. I'll have to interrupt just for a second to do an introduction. My name is Melissa Wayment. I'm the Sexual Assault Funding Services Coordinator for our office, and I'll be popping into the presentation throughout the day anytime we're talking about sexual assault related information. And so right now we are talking about the VOCA Sexual Assault Set Aside funding. As mentioned, VOCA requires that 10% of the overall award is designated for sexual assault only services, and these funds will still follow all eligibility guidelines, allowable and unallowable costs, and allowable services under VOCA. So VOCA, the set aside funds are intended for agencies whose primary mission is to address rape and sexual assault. And so that generally falls within these three categories: a rape crisis center. And to give a clarifying definition, this comes from the Utah Coalition Against Sexual Assault. Rape crisis centers are community-based, non-for-profit agencies whose major purpose is providing advocacy and support services to sexual violence survivors. They may be co-located with a domestic violence shelter. And then we have our SANE programs, sexual assault nurse examiner programs, and the State Sexual Assault Coalition. UOVC does have areas of priority that will take precedence when we are making our funding determinations. A designated sexual assault program will show a legitimate focus on sexual assault, including a specialized mission statement, program and staff titles that reflect sexual assault services, staff that have specialized sexual assault training that is ongoing for the term of their employment, and staff time that is at least 0.25 FTE or a quarter of that person's position, working toward the program, but is also 100% dedicated to sexual assault services. The Standards of Care for Rape Crisis Centers is a document we're going to be talking a little bit more about at 1 p.m. today. Let's see. These standards have recently been developed with the Utah Coalition Against Sexual Assault and service providers across the state to ensure that every sexual assault survivor in Utah has access to a minimum level of consistent services. Like I said, we'll go in more in depth later on today and show how these will be incorporated into our next award cycle.
Thank you, Melissa. Okay, I think there's just a few more slides here to get through before we get to the allowable and unallowable costs. But if you are following along with your instructions, if you see here, it's page 16 of the VOCA Instructions. This section will talk about the budget priorities and restrictions. Now, not a lot has changed here. If you currently have a VOCA grant, not a lot has changed here of what we've been doing the last 2 years as far as VOCA is concerned. So it's important for us that agencies be allowed to decide where it's best serves them to make necessary decreases to their budgets. But you do need to be compliant in the following areas. This first part is something that is new under the personnel and benefits. UOVC's priority is to fund positions that are at a minimum of 0.25 FTE to ensure grants are being used in a meaningful and effective way. Agencies making any changes in positions, for example, removing a position and adding another, may be at risk of losing personnel funding without adequate justification. So Tally did mention this budget justification form. You're going to hear about it again later, but it really is important that you guys, write this down, whatever, but just make sure that everything is justified in your budget justification form this year. Why you're requesting the positions you are. If you're decreasing, make sure you spell that out to us that, hey, we've decreased this, we've taken this off our grant, or this is something that is absolutely vital to our program. That's a good place to have all this stuff in your justification form, which we will talk about a little bit later. Next slide. Okay, training and travel. This is not new. No training and travel funded will be allowed for non-funded grant staff. List training related travel and victim service related travel separately on the budget. We're still not allowing out of state travel this funding cycle or training, unless it is a virtual training that you guys are wanting to attend. So if it's virtual out of state, that's something we can consider. This year, we also put together a preferred list, which you can see on your instructions. There's a link there of free or low cost in-state trainings for victim service providers. It doesn't mean that we won't consider other training when you can show us a compelling justification that shows that it's meaningful or effective on providing victim services. We usually ask for an agenda, a description, a link, or something that we can see the training that you want to attend, and then just justify how that is important to your agency. This year, please do not enter TBD in your training travel budget. You may indicate that it's going to be in-state travel if you're not sure, so long as it's ultimately included in the pre-approved preferred list that we now have on our website. Next slide, please. Equipment, no new equipment will be approved this funding cycle. You can list stuff if you're listing it as a match, but we'll only be considering it on a case-by-case emergency basis post-award. Supplies, all supply types will be limited and must tie into the program plan. All requests must have adequate justification on your budget justification form, regardless if your agency has received the requested supplies in previous grant cycles. Contracted fees, this hasn't changed yet either from last cycle. No contractor training, travel, equipment, or supplies will be allowed this cycle. Budget justifications must include a detailed explanation for any contracted hours requested with the clearly stated rates. Programs may request emergency funds still. Programs will be awarded based on your prior year of expenditures and demonstrated need. I would say not to request more than what you requested last year, but we also will be taking a look at what did you do with those emergency funds and how much of them did you expend throughout the year. It's definitely something we'll be taking a close look at this year, and we'll award accordingly. And as far as our Housing First programs, you may apply for housing assistance related funds. Your amount should not exceed what you've had this current last cycle that we're in now. So, and again, I hate to sound like a broken record here, but you need to show any and all increases and decreases on your budget justification form. And we do reserve the right to make reductions at our discretion here at UOVC. But again, budget justification form is your friend. Next slide, please. The Utah Office for Victims of Crime reserves the right to make additional decreases to programs in order to reach the necessary funding levels for each year. So this is our UOVC discretionary funding considerations, which is on page 12 of the VOCA instructions if you are skipping around with us. So these determinations will be based on the following areas: your previous de-obligations and your prudence in budgeting, the timeliness in submitting reimbursement requests and reports, your overall program and grant management, released audit findings and previous risk assessments will be considered. We are definitely taking a more close look at the risk assessments, how you ran your program, how well you communicate with our analysts, and if you're getting your payments in on time, did you do your revisions on time? All those things will be taken into consideration. There needs to be a demonstrated need for requested expenses that are adequately explained in the budget justification section of the grant application. Next slide. So this is my last slide before we get into the allowable and unallowable costs. It's just wrapping up the discretionary funding considerations. But performance indicators, including goals and objectives that are adequately explained in the record of providing effective service section of the grant application, and your ability to collaborate and coordinate with community partners. This is demonstrated through the narrative and letter of consultation and coordination, which is replacing your letter of support this year. That's the other, if there was another big part to really focus on and write down after the budget justification form, would be this narrative and letter of consultation and coordination. That's going to be a big piece this year when we're looking at these applications and how our agencies are working together. You need to show us that you have a demonstrated effort to seek outside resources and you're not just depending on VOCA to fund your program. And the overall quality of the grant application and peer review scoring of the grant through the SME review process. In order to best serve the needs of agencies statewide and across all funding sources, it may become necessary to reallocate all or part of your funding to other available sources, such as the state funding that we received. And it'll be at the discretion of the applying agency to accept the funding. And all, as Tally said it before too, all allocation decisions made by UOVC are final. Once we finish up our job with SME and management review, we get our board report, we send it to the board, and the board is the final authority. So whatever they award or they do not award, that is the final decision by the UOVC board. So with that, we'll talk about allowable and unallowable cost, and I will turn my time over to Danette.
Okay, well, good morning, everyone. My name is Danette Stanger, and I'm a grant analyst with the Utah Office for Victims of Crime, and I oversee VOCA grants. I'm really excited to spend a little bit of time with you this morning, and I'll be talking about allowable and unallowable costs. We'll be talking about allowable activities, services, and costs, and this is an overview of the most frequently utilized costs. However, we are providing you with ample resources so you can really deep dive into what these costs can be. One of my favorite resources is actually linked right here on this page, and it's UOVC's website, and it has an expansive list, thank you, Maddie, with descriptions of allowable and unallowable costs. And the UOVC team has spent a lot of time going through all the different federal resources and bringing them to one page for you, so you can easily look through these things very easily. So I would really recommend that all new and returning programs, especially those that have experienced turnover in their grant writing and management staff, carefully review allowable and unallowable costs before you proceed with your budget and your program plan. I just want to be clear that allowable doesn't mean approved. Allowable helps you determine if it's something that you can ask for on your grant, but your services must align with your program plan, your scope of work, and your agency mission. Thanks, Maddie. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so allowable services, activities, and costs. VOCA victim assistance funds are restricted for those direct services which respond to the immediate needs of crime victims so that the severity of the psychological trauma is reduced. It helps assist the victim in participating in the criminal justice process and helps restore the victim's sense of dignity, self-esteem, and coping mechanisms. So if you understand what the purpose of VOCA is, it really helps you determine what services would be appropriate for you to provide. And on this page and also in your instruction packet and on our website is links to these federal requirements. So the federal VOCA requirements, the DOJ financial management guide, the CFR, which is the Code of Federal Regulations. And again, that's a link to our UOVC website. So understanding these resources is going to help you as you create your program plan and your budget. Okay, so some of the most common, and like I said, we can't go into every single allowable cost, but I'm going to give an overview of the really common ones and the ones that align with our core priorities. So immediate health and safety, those are services that immediately respond to urgent emotional and physical needs, excluding medical care of crime victims. So again, we're connecting these services directly to crime victims. Personal advocacy and emotional support. So that encompasses things like case management, advocacy, those needs assessment referrals, all of that really important work that survivors need. Mental health counseling is also an allowable direct victim service. So that's therapeutic support, and it can be traditional or non-traditional healing. And something we don't see a lot but is allowable is peer support, and that helps connect survivors to each other so they can share experiences, provide self-help and emotional support. Some other allowable direct victim services, and this is a really important one, especially for our systems-based programs, is facilitation or participation in the criminal justice proceedings. So this provision helps of services, helps connect them to those really important things that are taking place and helps inform them of their rights and allows them the opportunity to participate in the criminal justice system if they choose. Legal assistance can also be an allowable direct victim services, but remember that we're talking about the direct services to victims of crime, and the legal assistance has to be a direct result of the victimization. So you really have to hone in on the importance of that. And then I want to talk briefly about forensic medical evidence collection exams. They can be an allowable expense, but it's only when other funding sources are insufficient, and also in conjunction with that, appropriate crisis counseling and other types of victim services have to be part of that service. So again, it's victim-centered, it's not investigative-centered. Okay, some other allowable direct victim services include things like transportation, public awareness, and I'm going to talk about this for just a moment. If you are considering a public awareness campaign, this is something that you really need to read thoroughly before you build a program plan around it. So it's things like development of presentation materials, brochures, newspaper notices, public service announcements out to the public. But the focus of it is to inform crime victims of their rights and of services that are available to them and helping to connect them to those services. It's really important that you understand the difference between a public awareness or an outreach and education service versus a prevention service. And we're going to talk about prevention in a little while, but prevention of crime, although very important, is not VOCA allowable. So make sure that you understand the difference between public awareness and prevention before you write a grant around that. This comes up occasionally, but you could provide services to incarcerated individuals as long as the need for the services isn't directly arisen from the crime which caused them to be incarcerated, but it is possible. Okay, so we've kind of gone over the direct victim service allowables, and let's talk a little bit about administrative costs. So administrative costs are services, activities, and costs, and we're going to talk about those, but they're not directly considered direct services to crime victims, but they're a necessity and they're essential to make sure that quality direct services are provided. It's important when you are considering administrative costs that the Utah Office for Victims of Crime and the subgrantee must agree that those direct services to crime victims cannot be offered without support for those expenses, and the subgrantee has no other support for those expenses. And remember that only limited amounts of VOCA funds will be used for these purposes, especially as our budget has gone down and down and down. Our focus is on direct services, and we're moving away as much as we can from administrative costs. Okay, next slide, thank you. So there are some allowable administrative costs that are really important. So personnel costs, those are the salaries and benefits for direct service staff. That's really common on VOCA grants. Skills training for staff is allowable, training related travel, office costs, and we're going to talk about indirect in a moment, but your office costs should be limited if you are taking indirect, but it could include things like prorated rent and telephone service, and equipment and furniture can be an allowable administrative cost. Some other costs could be operating costs like supplies, printing, computers. Those are going to be very limited with the budget cuts we're experiencing, but they could be allowable. So administrative time, if you're taking indirect costs, your administrative time should be very little or not on your grant at all. That's can be programmatic documentation, accounting, audit costs. Those are really indirect costs, and it shouldn't be on your budget if you're taking indirect. Indirect costs can be requested on your grant, and we'll talk about that in a future slide. And leasing vehicles, please only put leasing vehicles on your grant if it's as a match. You can't use federal funds for that. You could do maintenance, repair, or replacement of essential items that contribute to maintaining healthy and safe environments for crime victims, and project evaluation is possible. Okay, so we're going to talk about indirect costs a little bit. Indirect costs can be a little confusing, but let's chat about it. So VOCA funds may be used to support indirect costs, and those are defined as the costs that are incurred for a common or joint purpose, which can benefit more than one project and that cannot be readily assigned to a specific project. So those are kind of those overarching costs that are really hard to define specifically to one project. So agencies that request indirect costs must do so either their federally negotiated rate. So if you have a federally negotiated rate, you know what that is, and you have to take the same federally negotiated rate across all of your grants. If you don't have federally negotiated, you take what we would call the de minimis rate, and that is 10%. So that's really standard. That's what, if you take indirect, most take the de minimis rate, but we do have some agencies that have a specifically federally negotiated rate. And again, it has to be standard across all of your federal grants, not just the ones with the Utah Office for Victims of Crime. It has to be standard across all of your federal grants. And then we have a statement here about modified total direct costs. So they do exclude equipment, capital expenditures, and these other things that are listed out. So make sure that if you are using modified total direct costs, that you understand that thoroughly. Okay, next slide. Okay, indirect costs. What should be covered under your indirect costs? The following costs have been designated as indirect, and they can't be requested on a grant application as direct costs or match when the applicant is also requesting indirect costs. So that's agency utilities, agency rent, insurance, that's for your building, liability, your office phones, internet, and administrative staff. That includes directors and financial staff, HR, all of those administrative staff, and audit costs cannot be on your grant if you're taking indirect costs. There are some other costs for activities that support direct services that are totally allowable, and I want to talk about those. So one of them is coordination of activities. So that is things like statewide coordination of victim notification systems, crisis response teams are great, multidisciplinary teams, and other programs like that. VOCA funds can be used to support the salaries and benefits of those types of coordinators. So we're really trying to connect the dots to what type of coordinators are appropriate to be on a VOCA grant, and things like this are great. So it can have supervision of direct service providers, so supervisors, the direct supervisors of your case management, advocacy services, some therapy, volunteer coordinators are allowable, and then multi-system, interagency, multidisciplinary response to crime victims. So those are direct service staff serving on child and adult abuse multidisciplinary investigation and treatment teams, or maybe coordinating with federal agencies to provide services to federal crimes, or participating in other statewide task forces like SART teams or coalitions, work groups, committees that help develop protocols, interagency, and other working agreements. I just want to be clear that the purpose of those teams is to respond to the needs of victims of crime, not to implement criminal justice system improvements. Okay, next slide. Okay, so other things that are allowable include contracted fees. So those can be therapeutic or psychological, psychiatric costs, legal consultations for victim advocates who assisted victims in using appropriate legal avenues. Interpreters are another thing that can be on contracted fees. So, and that's really important and aligns with our VOCA goals to make sure that everyone, regardless of their language access, can receive services at the same level as someone who's English speaking. Other things are automated systems and technology. So those can be like email systems, or I wanted to mention the case management or victim service tracking systems or victim notification systems. Those can be allowable, but they should be prorated. So an example of that is if you have a data tracking system and it's used by your entire agency and 50% of that use is for VOCA, only 50% of that data tracking system can be assigned to this grant project. So you can bill or ask for these types of costs, but it should be prorated directly to the project usage. And we want to see that explained in your budget justification. And volunteer trainings are another thing that is important because we really want to see you utilizing volunteers. Okay. So we've kind of water skied over the allowable costs, and let's talk about non-allowable costs. These often come up, and so I want to make sure that everyone understands this. Again, for a deep dive in this, please look at the resources provided before you ask for them. But the non-allowable costs, these are like pretty hard no's, is lobbying, administrative costs, perpetrator treatment, rehabilitation, counseling, research studies, important but not VOCA allowable. Criminal justice system improvements, that's not allowable. And I briefly touched on that when you're talking about multidisciplinary teams. The important thing to know is the focus of the team and what they're doing. It cannot be about criminal justice system improvements. Fundraising is not allowable. Capital expenses are not allowable. Direct compensation for victims of crime is not allowed. We want to see you referring those individuals to crime victims reparation. Most medical costs are non-allowable. So this is one thing I just really want to highlight as budgets have cut, is the salaries and expensive management really is not allowable. So think about that closely when creating your budget. The cost of sending crime victims to conferences is not allowable. You cannot fund other organizations, you can't purchase vehicles, and you can't do any activities that are exclusively related to crime prevention. So we briefly touched on that earlier. Okay, everyone loves talking about supplanting, so I have a slide about that and I'll be brief. But so once this grant is awarded, the recipient agrees that grant funds will be used to supplement, not supplant, non-federal funds that would otherwise be available for the activities under this grant. So supplanting, the very simplest way to understand this is it's using federal money to replace available state, local, or private funds. So if you're using VOCA funds to replace available funds that are non-federal, that is considered supplanting. So, and it applies to every agency that takes UOVC funds. So we're going to talk about this. We realize that this is a difficult year, that there are big budget cuts coming, but at the same time, there's an influx of some funding coming from state agencies, and hopefully every agency out there, knowing that these VOCA cuts have been coming, have been looking for other funding sources, and we understand that it is going to be a time of like moving some things around. And as you consider where you're going to move funds. Keep supplanting at the forefront of your mind because it's very important. It is going to be a key component of your budget justification, which I'll be talking about later this afternoon. And we look at supplanting not only when you are asking for a new grant, but also throughout the year. Whenever you do an amendment, we are going to be talking about supplanting whenever it's a concern. Okay, so Dale talked about this a minute ago, and like this is one slide I'm kind of happy that I get to talk about. So the financial match requirements, VOCA has always required a match. So match requirements are 25% of cash or in kind of the total VOCA federal funds. The match, it has always been waived for Native American tribes or organizations that are located on a reservation. So if you are a current subgrantee, you already know this, but the VOCA fix, we have had a match waiver in place since March 1st of 2020. So Congress did pass the VOCA fix, and there's two great things coming out of the VOCA fix. One is that it's working to kind of correct what happened that caused us to lose a lot of our VOCA funding, but it also requires that the states and the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico waive match for recipients, and it started on March 1st, 2020 and ended 1 year after the conclusion of the national emergency period. And Dale talked about this, and although we anticipate that it's coming, the end of the pandemic has not been announced. And so we have wondered what would happen if, we know it would go from the time it's announced for 1 year, and we have been wondering and we have been seeking federal guidance on what would happen if the match waiver expired in the middle of a cycle and how we would handle that and how we could help our subrecipients. But very recently, federal OVC further extended this deadline until the end of the applicable VOCA subaward period to allow states and subrecipients to streamline administration and management of their VOCA victim assistance funding. So what does that mean? It means that the match waiver, although we know it will be ending soon, will be extended to the end of this 2-year grant cycle. So that's great news. It means that if you choose to take the match, you can take it for both years. And even if it expires, it'll go till the end of this period. Utilizing the match waiver is recommended, but not required. And I just want to talk about the importance of having a match. We still want every agency to be cultivating support for their program within their agency. If you choose to take the match waiver, we want you to, over the next 2 years, to be planning that you'll have to pick it up again in 2025. And so as other funds become available and donations, and as you are growing your programs, think about good ways that you'll be able to use the match again in 2025, but it can be waived for the next 2 years. Okay. So if your agency chooses not to utilize the match waiver, you are responsible for filling all match requirements for the entire course of your grant. Most of your agencies do have 25% match for sure, and agency support. But if you choose to not use the match waiver, you're going to have to put that on your budget and show all of that documentation in the audit. The budget must show 25% match as an in-kind or cash match. And the definitions for those are as follows. In-kind is kind of discounts or volunteer time that are donated, and cash match is some sort of cash or funding of non-federal grants that are expended to support the program. So if you're going to be fulfilling the match, make sure that your match is grant allowable and it's under the same terms and conditions as federal funds. Consider the time and effort of different match documentation. And so sometimes we see people that use match and they have a little bit of match on a whole bunch of lines and in fringe benefits. And then when it comes to billing, it can be really difficult to get all of that documented, and it can double the size of your budget. So if you are going to use match, try to think about what type of match is easiest to bill for, is easiest to show in an audit, and doesn't fluctuate. One of the most difficult ones is fringe benefits because of the way they fluctuate. So you want it to be reliable, you want it to be easy to show. Remember, you can't use federal funds for match, and you can't duplicate match on any of your agency's grants. So if you're using match on another grant, it can't be also on this grant. They have to be dedicated to one specific grant. Okay, next slide. Okay, well, that's the end of where I'm going to pass off now, but it was so nice to spend a little bit of time with you guys, and I will see you this afternoon.
I get to talk to you about reporting requirements. I'll make sure that I can see myself and hear myself. There I am. So my name is Polly Romine. I am a VOCA grant analyst. You guys might hear my voice. I do a semi-huge bulk of the training videos. You might have seen my name, but here is my face. Congratulations, just kidding. Oh, okay, reporting requirements. If you take federal money, and I know we're talking about VOCA right now, but in general, if you take VOCA money, you have to keep track of statistics and be able to report. So for VOCA and for VAWA and SASP, most of the reporting is usually due 30 days after the quarter ends. So like, for example, right now, today's the 13th, our current grants, the quarter is going to end the 30th of March, the 31st of March. And so our next quarterly reporting will be due April 30th. So it's important to know that if you're going to take federal funding, you have to be able to sort of manage the statistics and the reporting, which can sometimes be a heavy lift. All right, so I'm going to talk to you about one of VOCA's reporting requirements next, which is the PMT and the SAR, which is the next slide. Thank you, Maddie. So our VOCA required questions is now, we sort of named it the VOCA required information. It's the same thing. This form has changed a little bit. It still has a lot of the same components as our regular or old VOCA required questions or information if you've been a subgrantee before. But this form is a little tiny bit different in that we are going to ask for percentages and not victims. We usually ask you for numbers of victims here. And so, let me make sure I'm going to hit all my notes here. So this guy is important because it is the baseline for our SAR report and our PMT report, which is done in the federal system. You'll get to know that there's two different systems for reporting. There's the state and then there's also the federal. So this guy is for the federal system. We ask for this information one time a year in your applications. And then we take that information and we put it into the SAR and basically create the bottom of your PMT report. This information is helpful to the federal government. It's helpful to our agency in a lot of ways. So I wrote down a few suggestions of how to fill out this form because many of you might be looking at this going, what do I do with this? Especially if you're new. So one of the things is to know that this is, we want you to kind of guesstimate the victims that you sort of anticipate serving this next upcoming year. And there's a couple different ways to do that. If you are a current subgrantee, you can go back to your past PMT reports and maybe average those out and see, okay, this last year we served quarter one, quarter two, quarter three, quarter four, we served, 120 and get the percent that way. One of the other ways that you can do it, especially if you're new, is to go through and figure out, okay, we serve domestic violence. How many victims have we been serving in domestic violence sort of in the past year, couple, 3 years, average them together to get some of these percentages. Again, these are guesstimates. You're going to fill out the blue boxes for us. You're going to tell us your agency name, give us an idea of your VOCA dollar request that you're going to ask for. And down at the bottom of this form, every box added up together needs to be 100%. This does autofill for you. One thing that I do have to mention is please fill this out in Excel. We use Excel a lot around here because it does a whole bunch of formulas for us and adds everything up together really nice. So I'm going to beg and plead with you to fill out this form, the budget ledger, and the budget justification on Excel. I'm going to joke with you a little tiny bit right here that if you fill it out in another format and then resubmit it, we know. Please don't do that. The SME committee reviewers will know, and they'll be like, they don't read or follow directions. So anyway, please fill this form out in Excel. When those formulas get messed up, it messes up everything else. So also down at the bottom, there's a link to the federal definitions. And I did see a question earlier about what are direct services. I believe Danette answered that a little bit, but this link to federal crime definitions is also a really good resource about what direct services are for this grant. So it's very important to understand what you can and can't serve on VOCA. And you'll hear from Mariah and Melissa that it's important for SASP and VAWA as well. And I believe that the MUSCIE that you do for VAWA and SASP also has definitions as well. So just keep that in mind, that if you need some help in knowing how we're defining robbery, survivors of homicide, et cetera, that definition comes from the federal government. It's UOVC doesn't sit around in a room. So that form is super, super helpful. We actually send it out multiple times a year. If you're having questions about what services are allowed and definitions, don't add a bunch of crimes in here, in especially other categories that's not federally allowable. Only maybe set it up for the crimes that the federal government's asking you to report on. When we audit these and see these come in every quarter, we see that there's a lot of extra crimes sometimes that you guys don't really need to, be adding that extra stress on yourself. So when you go to set this up, and make sure you have a way to track this. One of the things I would suggest is pull the documents and download them and review them as you're even contemplating if you're going to apply for a VOCA if you're brand new. Make sure that you can track these statistics. Also, there's no brownie points kind of to be had as far as putting every single crime on this form. Your program, especially this year, needs to be special. It needs to be very detailed and purposeful. And so there's probably only, I don't know, maybe a few agencies that probably see and serve every single crime. So maybe really think about this year. Are we really serving that many elder abuse? We might see one or two. You might not have to put that on this form. So anyway, think about that. Making sure I hit all the things I want to talk about, because there's always stuff that I want to talk about. Meat and potatoes of your grant. I just talked about that, although I wanted to say meat and potatoes because even though it's 10:45, I'm hungry. This form is going to be super helpful and should mirror and be supported by your budget, your narrative, and your program plan goals and objectives. So your budgets should have staff on it that's working on these crimes. Your goals and objectives should kind of be these crimes. And your narrative should really support what you're going to put on this form. All right, I think we're good. I think do year 1 and do year 2. They're right there on the same form, and Maddie is swishing back and forth. Thank you, Maddie. And I think we can go to the next slide. And I have 1 more minute to tell you about program plan, goals and objectives, which is the most I have to say. Okay, so VOCA, let me get to my right notes. That would probably help me a little bit, huh? All right, so VOCA has 6 goals. Remember, goals are broad ideas, and then the objectives are more specific. about what you're going to do to accomplish that goal. When you are, and I'm going to kind of go through this just a touch fast because I talk to you a lot more about this later on this afternoon. But when you're thinking about creating your goals, don't put in way too many goals or way too little goals. We need goals that really sort of lend support to your agency and really tell us what your agency is doing and why, sort of, you know, who's working and who's serving the victims. It's not super important that you tell us every little thing that you're doing in your goals and objectives. They'll in your PMT reports that you do later on, and we will talk to you about some of these words in the grant management training in August or September. So if you don't quite understand what PMT report and all of that stuff, there will be a place for you to sort of give us more information about the day-to-day minute things that you sort of have done that quarter. But when you're writing your grant, make sure that you're sort of giving us the most important meaty, salady, noodly things that you're doing that, you know, is impactful and really kind of is the need for why you need the money. Don't overfrost the cake, right? Overfrosting the cake makes it soggy. So when the reviewers are looking at this and there's just a ton of stuff, it sort of, you know, makes everything bland a bit. Oh, and the fun thing about what I get to talk to you later is I get to give you some tips and secret tricks. So focus on the needs of your victim and how you excel at meeting those needs. Make sure that this is also VOCA allowable. Danette just talked about that, gave you a bunch of resources about VOCA allowability. Sometimes when we get those, you know, detectives, managers, admin people on the grants, the bar's pretty high. Okay, Tally's telling me not to rush through. Okay, I am a fast talker in general, and then I get worried that I'm taking up too much time. But anyway, sometimes when you put those detectives, investigators, directors on your grant, the bar is kind of high for you to be able to justify why those positions need VOCA funding. So really, if you are thinking about putting a director or investigator on your grant, really maybe make sure you understand allowable and unallowable. Direct services to victims, you're going to hear that a lot today. That is VOCA's priority, is those direct services to victims to help them move forward, repair their lives. That's the priority. Oh, this is also the place to change your goals. Goals have been pretty hard to change. We were hopeful in the past that we wouldn't have to, that we would be able to change goals and objectives. But in general, when you set your goals and objectives, it's kind of a contract between you and the federal government, right? So the goals in general probably should be pretty hard to change after we've all agreed on what you're going to do to get the federal money. So make sure that when you're writing your goals and objectives right now, that it counts, that, you know, you're not going to want to change six months from now. Write it so that people really understand if something happened and you had to have a new program manager or new staff come in, that you could give them your goals and objectives and they would understand and agree that these are our goals, these are our objectives, this really should be what we're working on. So we do find that sometimes when new grant managers come in or program managers or new directors even, they're like, oh my gosh, this is not what we're doing. So make sure that your goals and objectives are pretty much what you guys are doing and that's why you need the grant funding. And with that, I think we can go to break. We have down 15 minutes for break. So we'll probably be back about, 11:05-ish. And I think we're good for just a minute. We're going to hear about VAWA from Mariah after the break. So again, if you don't need VAWA, if you're not going to apply for VAWA, you don't necessarily have to come back. But if you want to, you are definitely welcome to come hear about VAWA. So we'll see you at 11:05.
Is 11:05. I have to be honest, I was hoping about 100 more people would jump off after the VOCA part, so I wouldn't be so nervous, but clearly not everyone will know who I am. So I will introduce myself. My name is Mariah Pease. I am the VAWA program manager. So I've been with UOVC since 2016. And before that, I was in the a police department victim advocate for several years. So let's just jump right into VAWA. It is going to follow the same format or similar format to what you just heard on the VOCA breakout. So if some of it sounds a little redundant, it is. And I think that's good because as an agency, we try to be, even though they're different grants and they have different regulations and requirements, and those we can't help that, but where we can be consistent and transparent as an office, I think that that is important and we try to do that. So if it's redundant or sounds very similar, it's on purpose and hopefully a benefit to you all. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so VAWA is the Violence Against Women Act. It was signed into law by President Clinton in 1994. And it has been reauthorized many, many times over the years. It was reauthorized in actually in last year in June of 2022. It is innovative legislation that combines tough penalties for offenders and assistance to victims in 4 crime categories. So you're going to hear me say that many, many times. So VAWA only serves 4 crime categories. That's domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and dating violence. Just quickly on the 2022 VAWA reauthorization, we're still learning all of the new things. There is a lot that has come up with the most recent reauthorization. However, that will not, those new requirements will not go into effect until we are using 2023 federal money. And we have not received that award yet. So this cycle, this grant cycle, the next 2 years, we'll be using federal awards of 2021 and 2022 money. So we will be under the 2013 reauthorization guidelines and rules. STOP stands for Services, Training, Officers, and Prosecutors. That will tell you quite a bit about what kind of applicants can apply and what is allowable under VAWA right there. But that is the necessary elements to effect change within the criminal justice system. It envisions a partnership among law enforcement, prosecution, courts, and victim service organizations to enhance victim safety and hold offenders accountable for their crimes. So 2 really important documents that you will want to be very familiar with is the VAWA 2022 to 2025 implementation plan. Awesome. The link takes you right to it on the UOVC website, particularly section 5. So if you want to read it all, that's great. This was 2 years of a statewide partnership with all kinds of agencies to come up with these goals and objectives to meet the requirements. This is basically my federal application to the Office of Violence Against Women. This is how we continue to get our funding for VAWA. So particularly section 5, which is pages 20 to 28, that is where you're going to want to really familiarize yourself. That's the goals and objectives, the priority areas, which is meeting the sexual assault set aside, and the DV related homicides. Those are the priority areas. And then addressing the needs of underserved victims. And then on the, thank you, Maddie, on the 20 federal purpose areas, I kind of updated this form. The priority area or the purpose areas are all the same if you have received VAWA in the past, but I put just a little kind of headline to draw your attention to what the purpose area is talking about, and maybe that will help when choosing which purpose area you're applying for. In order to be eligible for VAWA, you do have to meet at least one of the program purposes. An important part of this is connecting, and we'll talk about this in a few minutes, but connecting this purpose area to your program plan. Okay, you can go on to the next slide. Very quickly, eligible applicants are limited to state and local governments, tribal and nonprofit rape crisis centers, domestic violence shelters, faith-based and community-based victim service organizations that provide services to victims of those 4 crime categories. The definitions, I don't necessarily need to read these out loud, but there are statutory definitions for each of the categories in VAWA. So there are 5 categories that you're funded under. So courts, law enforcement, prosecution, victim services, and then there is a discretionary category. Next slide. So for the VAWA funding plan, there's not a lot of thought into it. It is, the allocations are federally required. They're set by OVW. And so it is very simple. There's 25% goes to law enforcement category, 25% goes to the prosecution category, 5% go to courts, 30% goes to victim services. Of that 30%, and you'll see this broken out on the next slide a little bit easier, but 30% goes to victim services. Of that 30%, 10% is required to go towards culturally specific programs. And then there is a 15% discretionary category that if you still are required to meet a federal purpose area, but might not fit into those other 4 categories. This would be some training grants and things like that. Next slide. Okay, so in dollars, here it is. So we have about $3 million to award over 2 years. And so that breaks it out, calculating basically those percentages I just talked about, the 25, the 30, the 15, and the 5. Those go into the dollar amounts right there. So drawing your attention to the victim service purposes, so 900,000, but 90,000 of, again, will be distributed to culturally specific programs. 20% of the total grant funds will go to addressing sexual assault. And Melissa has a few slides in just a few minutes that will go over the sexual assault set aside. And again, all awards must support the federal purpose areas and the implementation plan. Next slide. Okay, so there are 2 set-asides. So this is specific money that is set aside that you would apply under these specific set-asides. The first one is the culturally specific set-aside. Eligible applicants are nonprofit, non-governmental, or tribal organizations that serve racial and ethnic minorities. So to define racial and ethnic minorities are, which means American Indians, including Alaska Natives, Eskimos, and Aleuts, Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and other Pacific Islanders, Blacks, and Hispanics. So that's the first part of it, but there is many other things that you have to, they're ands, not ors. And so you have to serves racial and ethnic minorities and focuses on those 4 crime categories. So domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking. Has an established and specialized culturally specific program that addresses the 4 crime categories. Has a primary focus on underserved populations. has experience or shows demonstrated capacity to work effectively through collaboration, and is directly towards racial and ethnic groups, and is providing services tailored to the unique needs of that population. So if you are applying for funding under this culturally specific set aside, be sure that you mark that in the VAWA info section on the application, which is question number 3. And I'll show you that in a few slides. Okay, Melissa is going to come on and talk about the sexual assault set aside for a few minutes.
Here I am. So as mentioned, VAWA does give the option to apply for a sexual assault specific award, and those awards should make up 20% or more of all VAWA funds. And VAWA is very clear in its statute that sexual assault programs under this category must have a meaningful, legitimate focus on sexual assault, and that programs provide direct services only. I've listed a couple of options here. This is by no means an exhaustive list, but just an idea of the type of programs that we're funding now. So rape crisis centers, SANE programs, State Sexual Assault Coalition, sexual assault focused prosecutors and detectives, and then sex trafficking projects. Again, keep in mind that these projects must be direct services, projects that focus more on training for community or development of protocols would be more in the discretionary area, would not be allowable here. We would love to see more sexual assault focused prosecutors and detectives. I believe we have one of each funded under VAWA right now. So I definitely think the state could use a few more of those. Keep in mind that those positions do need to be 100% dedicated to sexual assault to qualify for the award, even if it's only partially funded by the VAWA project. And then projects regarding sex trafficking, they do need to be related to a sexual assault specifically and not just addressing trafficking as a whole. So the set aside does have a few related documents. We'll go over the sexual assault set aside compliance form. Maddie, if you wouldn't mind clicking on that. Now, because VAWA does allow for all of their categories to come in for a sexual assault set aside program, they want to certify that these programs are meaningful and victim centered. In years past, we've asked you to put a lot more information into this form. We know that's going to be in your application, so we're just asking you to look through this, verify that these are within your own program, check mark them, and then have your authorized official sign. So the form is going over things like, Maddie, could you scroll back up to the top of that form for me? Things like your program title, job titles, and descriptions should all be clearly labeled sexual assault services. The purpose, mission, and statement should have these 3 components in it: meaningful and appropriate treatment of sexual assault victims. Services must be victim-centered, and delivery of rape and sexual assault victim services to underserved populations. Training must be specialized and provided to that employee throughout the term of their employment. And this last section is going over best practices for sexual assault. This is by no means you need to have all of these for your program. We just want to know what your agency is doing. So just check mark those that apply. Okay, we can go back to the slide. Again, standards of care is going to be a priority for our sexual assault programs. We'll talk more about that later today. And as Mariah mentioned, make sure that you are considering the VAWA implementation plan. There is a section on how the state will address sexual assault services throughout. And the last thing I'd like to mention is that in the last few years, unfortunately, we have been unable to actually meet that 20% requirement. We just haven't had the applications come in. So just know that our little plug is that that is going to be a large priority for VAWA this year. And that's all I have, Mariah.
Thanks, Melissa. Okay, we are going to go into budget priorities and restrictions. If you're on the VAWA instruction packet, it's pages 18 and 19. And again, as I mentioned, this section talking about the priorities and restrictions and UOVC's discretionary So the next several slides are going to be, if not identical, very close to what you just heard for VOCA. But again, things that are repeated are important, right? So we'll go through it again. So agencies will be allowed to decide where it best serves them to make the necessary decreases in their budget. But we are going to be looking at these areas for you to be compliant in. For personnel and benefit, we want meaningful work. So we're asking that positions are a minimum of 0.25 FTE. And we will consider those requests that are under 0.25, but we would need that justification and reasoning on the justification form. Let's go to the next slide. For travel and training, so it's not allowed for non-funded grant staff. Please list out your training related to travel and victim service related travel separately. No out-of-state training will be available. If it's virtual, that is something that would be considered to pay for that to attend. We have that preferred list. I believe we, if you are, instead of putting TBD on your training and travel, if it's going to be in that in-state travel on that preferred list, we want you to mark such on the budget. Like I said, I'm going through these a little quicker. No new equipment will be approved in this funding cycle. It will be considered on a case-by-case emergency basis, should the funds be available. And then in the supplies, all supply types will be limited and must tie to the program plan and must have adequate justification. And an important part of that is even if it has been approved in previous grant cycles, please put that justification in there again. Okay. For contracted fees, no contractor training, travel equipment, or supplies will be allowed. And your budget justification should include a detailed explanation of any hours requested. In the other category, you may request emergency funds, but it will be awarded based on available funding and in your budget justification. Agencies will need to show any and all increases or decreases on the budget justification form. And if it's not clearly explained, then UOVC staff reserves the right to make budget cuts at our discretion. Okay, because of how tight the funding is, we want to provide some information on UOVC's priorities when making funding decisions. And these are the things that will be considered. Previous de-obligations, timeliness in submitting reimbursement requests and other in-progress reports, other reports, overall program and grant management, released audit findings and previous risk assessments, a demonstrated need for the requested expenses, and how they're explained on the budget justification form. It's next slide. Performance indicators, including goals and objectives that are adequately explained in the record of providing effective service section. Your ability to, this one's a big one. OVW is huge on coordination and collaboration. So that you're going to hear it over and over again, especially in talking about VAWA, but it's also a UOVC priority as well. The ability to collaborate and coordinate with community partners, demonstrated effort to seek outside resources, and then the overall quality of the grant application. And again, this was talked about in VOCA, but it is bold and underlined. In order to best serve the needs of agencies statewide and across all funding sources, it may become necessary to reallocate all or part of your funding to other available sources. It will be at the discretion of the applying agency to accept that funding. All allocation decisions made by UOVC are final. Next slide. Okay, I haven't ever spent a lot of time talking about allowable and unallowable costs. It is all listed out on the UOVC website under the VAWA tab. At the very bottom, if you scroll to the bottom of it, it's expandable. It tells you in great detail all allowable costs and unallowable ones. So I will just touch on a few of them and pretty briefly. Personnel, training and technical assistance, evaluation, data collection and equipment costs are allowable. Transportation costs, operation costs, outreach to support, inform, and provide outreach to victims about available resources. Those are allowable. Meaningful access. So encourage to allocate funds to support activities that help ensure individuals with disability and deaf individuals and persons with limited English proficiency have meaningful and full access to their programs. Providing services to incarcerated victims. There is a little explanation on that. So make sure that if that comes up or you're wanting to put that into your budget, that you are reading that full explanation of what's allowable. I think Danette mentioned this, but and I really like that she said this, just because it is allowable doesn't mean it's going to be approved on a grant. But this is a full list of allowable costs. Next slide. Services to LGBTQ victims, school programs. Again, there is a little disclaimer there with school programs. SAP funds cannot support general prevention programs in schools. So make sure that you are reading that part. Civil legal assistance and then sane and safe programs. Those are allowable activities and costs on the STOP VAWA. And then as follows, there's always a list of unallowable costs and activities. I have my screen really tiny because I want my notes to be up there. So I'm not going to go through and read all of these unallowable costs, but you have them in many places. They are on the website. They are here in this PowerPoint. So make sure you look over those. In general, I do want to mention in regards to children's services and supporting services on children, VAWA will generally serve ages 11 and older. So under 11, if it's not attached to another crime for someone over 11, generally VAWA does not serve children under 11. All right, let's go ahead. Okay, these were also talked about in the VOCA breakout, indirect costs. In VAWA, funds may be used to support indirect costs, which are defined as those costs incurred for a common joint purpose, which can benefit more than one project and cannot be really assigned to a specific project. So you can have a federally negotiated rate and submit that appropriate paperwork, or you can take the de minimis rate of 10%. And there is a part there that you'll want to read if you're looking at the modified total direct costs. Some exclusions there. Next slide. These costs have been designated as indirect costs and may not be requested on a grant application as direct or match when an applicant is also taking indirect costs. So just be aware that if you're taking indirect, these would be considered indirect and they cannot be put on your grant as match or direct as well. Next slide. Supplanting. This is a big one. We are going to, with all of the, as we're doing this together across all funding sources, VAWA, VOCA, SASP, and later on state funding, we're all kind of in these meetings together. And so we are going to be looking at supplanting quite a bit and having good justification. So a good justification does not include writing "this is not supplanting" on your budget justification form. So please try not to use those words, but thoroughly justify that it is not supplanting. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So VAWA does have a match requirement. It is 25% non-federal, cash or in kind is required to those awards in the courts, law enforcement and prosecution categories. So tribal and nonprofit, non-governmental victim service organizations. Here's the key part: that are providing direct services to victims are exempt and do not have the match requirement. So this little part here in white, it's because you can volunteer to provide match if you would like to. I know even if VOCA doesn't have if you have a match waiver, maybe there's some more available match that you can provide on VAWA to help us meet our match federally. So you can overmatch, and you can, even if you're not required, you can provide a match. However, it is voluntary and you do not have to. Next. Okay, here's our reporting requirements. So after you have been awarded grant funds and enter into the contract with UOVC, there are several reporting requirements in order to continue to receive your funding. So there's financial status reports. Those are done in the Utah GMS, and they are done quarterly. There are some agencies that do submit on a monthly basis, but for the most part, you submit your financial status reports quarterly. Then there are quarterly progress reports. That is reporting on your goals and objectives. Those are done quarterly and also done in the GMS. There are 2 reports to the governing board. Again, these are done 2 times a year, and they are submitted, uploaded. So what that is, so it's typically we will accept either the agenda from a board report or the minutes from a report. But the important parts of that is to make sure that your grant funded staff are the ones reporting to the governing board on the grant that these funds are supporting. And then this annual Muskie report. So this one's going to be interesting. So the annual Muskie reports are still going to be done on a calendar basis. So I haven't quite figured out how this is going to work. And fortunately, we have time, and we will have in-depth training on Muskie reports post-award. And so I'm not going to go into it too much, but just know that there is an annual report due January of every year. And so we'll have to figure out how we're going to do that. If it's going to be 6 months at a time, or we're going to take a year. Anyway, that will come post-award. And then, okay, so we're getting towards the end here. Look, I've got us up on time and then some. So there has always been required VAWA info. This is in the GMS. This is not a separate document. So this is part of the application within the system. But it used to be like 42 questions long. And so it has been updated and revised. And so it is new this year. So make sure you pay attention to the new questions and answer appropriately. So it is now, I think it's 21 questions. So we cut it in half. So that's good. Section 1 is just general grant information, questions 1 through 5. So just a couple tips on question 3 and question 4. As I mentioned earlier, so question 3 is if you are going to apply for that culturally specific set aside. So make sure, again, you've read over, see if you qualify for that sexual or the culturally specific set aside. That is where you will mark that you're applying under that funding. Question 4, applicants whose geographical area include an American tribe population are encouraged to include grant activities that are specifically designated to meet the needs of Indian tribes or Indian populations in their service area. So just something to kind of highlight there. Section 2 is staff information. So you will just mark all the staff by category that are funded by, or that you're requesting to be funded with the VAWA project, including match. These questions do correlate pretty closely to the annual Muskie report. So that's kind of where they come from. Next slide. On section 3, we talk about function areas. So if you'll be providing training or education with VAWA funding, you will select appropriately there. The next section is your coordinated community response. And then it goes into the specialized units, questions 9 through 11. if VAWA funds will be used for specialized units in the criminal justice system, so law enforcement, prosecution, and courts, you would answer those questions 9 through 11. And if not, you could skip ahead to question 12. Next slide, please. The next section, we'll talk about victim services, 12 through 15, and should be completed by those applicants providing direct victim services or legal services. The last section would be on the criminal justice system. So you will only complete that section if you are providing law enforcement, prosecution, courts, probation, parole, and or better intervention programs using STOP funding for those areas. Okay, next slide. So this is a new area that there's some changes here. So for the program plan and evaluation, there's 2 different parts I want to talk about. Number 1, I'll give you the good news first, is there's no collaborative project. I know we've done that for many, many years, but there is no project. Okay, no special project where you have to get the 3 letters of collaboration and report on that. But we do have a new form because your goals and objectives need to tie into the implementation plan goals and objectives. We have created a new form that will kind of be able to spell that out for us. So the implementation plan is a combination of strategy, process, and action. It outlines the way the state will use our funding to enhance responses to victims of those 4 crime categories. So in order to support the current plan, applicants must show how their proposed project aligns with the implementation plan. So Maddie, if you want to click on that form and just bring it up quickly. So very simple, there's some instructions there. It lists out each goal and then the objectives under that goal, and then it gives you an open text box. What you'll do is you will click any and all of the objectives that will apply to your VAWA funded program plan. Okay, I don't want your agency, and I really, quite honestly, I'm not looking for all of these boxes to be checked. It would be a little excessive for the amount of VAWA funding that's available. So even if there's 1 or 2 or what that is, whatever's meaningfully being addressed, I would like you to mark those objectives and then explain in the open text box. Okay, the very last text box is if your project does not apply to any of the goals or objectives of the implementation plan, I would like you to explain why it doesn't. Okay, that form is available on the UOVC website under solicitations and under the VAWA section. On the right-hand side of this slide, we just talk about the program plan in the GMS. So you're going to select the goal from the overall list. The goal is, they are the 20 federal program purposes. So you'll probably want to, if you can, just bring up the paper, the document that has the 20 program purposes with the little 1 or 2 word highlight to it. You might want to have that side by side as a helpful guide. And then you'll select the goal. Then you will select the objectives. They are in a drop-down list. So any that will apply, you will click those. You'll indicate the quantitative number that it's measuring, whether it's services, victims, or something else. And then you'll enter the quantitative number the goal will serve. So for year 1, you'll put the projected number, and then that will be for the first year covering the fiscal year 23 to 24. And then year 2 will be covering fiscal year 24 to 25. In the space provided, you will describe the activities and methods, and then make sure that you provide the names and the positions of the grant-funded individuals performing that goal. It's important that you include the position as well, just because throughout the year, as you know, names change and there's turnover there. So let's go ahead to the next slide. Okay. Some of these are the same every year, and we do have a new one. So these are OVW certifications. So these come directly from OVW, and we must pass them along to our subgrantees. So delivery of legal assistance. Again, we are responsible to ensure that any subgrantee that's providing legal assistance with VAWA funding certify in writing that they are meeting certain requirements. So if you, this link to this document is on the website, again, under solicitations and under the VAWA tab. It will list out on the first page, it lists out all of the requirements. Okay, yeah, you can go ahead and click on it. There you go. So there's 4 parts to make sure that you are certifying that you meet providing legal assistance. The second page of the document is actually a sample template. So you can copy and paste right from that and just enter your information in. The important things, it needs to be in the form of a letter. It has to be on letterhead, and it needs to be signed and dated by the authorized official. So there is that one. For the sexual assault set-aside compliance form, these are only for agencies that are applying for that special sexual assault money. And Melissa talked about this just a few slides ago, so I am not going to go over this again. But again, it is required for those that are applying for the sexual assault set-aside. If you are not, you do not have to fill out that form. Okay, and the certification of consultation and coordination. I am going to briefly go over this as an entire group across, it is a requirement across all 3 of our grants, VAWA, VOCA, and SASP. And we will, I think it's Polly that talks about this in great detail at the end of the day. But I do want to spend a minute talking about it because it is one of those requirements from OVW. It is something that is required to be passed down to our subgrantees. So I'll go over this here to ensure collaboration within communities. This kind of takes the place of the collaborative project in order to meet that OVW requirement. To ensure collaboration within communities, all applicants must describe ways in which they consult and coordinate and collaborate with other service providers throughout the course of their application. The form then asks you to describe how you and your partnering agencies will coordinate efforts to strengthen victim services within your community during the project period. So it will be, you all will fill out the same form. You only have to submit the one form for each grant that you're applying for. And it would be the applicant if you go up to the very top of it. So you'll see there's kind of 4 spots for, can't remember, is that participating? I can't remember what agency, can't remember exactly what it says and I can't see it. But so it would be the applicant on the first line and your 3 partnering agencies. That's what it's called. It's partnering agency. Sorry. You will all fill out the same form. And then as the applicant, you will upload it into your required files. More will come out on that at the end of the day when Polly talks about it, but I just wanted to at least introduce it as it is a requirement. All right, I think that does it for VAWA. Okay, this is above me. Tally, are we just giving a longer break for lunch? Are we coming back, still wanting to come back at 1?
Let's just do a longer break because there might be some people who have left it that don't know. So just come back at 1 o'clock for those of you who are applying for sexual assault funding through SASP. And thank you. This afternoon. So we will figure that out in just a minute. Okay, why don't we do this just for my own benefit too? If you guys don't mind, those of you who are here, putting your name and agency in the chat so I can see who is here and then get a better idea of who we've got with us. I know it might blow it up a little bit again, but that's okay. So this afternoon is going to focus a little bit more on, I should probably say a lot more on sexual assault services. And then we'll go back into the full training with everybody on the application. And so the content for this will be geared more specifically towards SANE nurses, the Sexual Assault Coalition, and rape crisis centers, which would include rape crisis centers within dual programs, or those who are dual programs but wanting to add that rape crisis center component into that. So like I said, if you're not one of those entities, you are more than welcome to hang out with us today, just or this afternoon, but just know that most of the information will be geared more to those rape crisis services specifically. Okay, so let's go ahead and start and talk about the sexual assault funding from the state. If you want to go to the next slide there we go. So as I mentioned earlier this morning, there was a really concentrated effort from state stakeholders as well as coalitions oh gosh, these past 9-ish months to educate state government officials about the need for sustained crime victim services funding throughout the state. And we've been working together a lot on that. And specifically in regards to sexual assault, UOVC as well as the Utah Coalition Against Sexual Assault, UCASA, have joined forces to, I'll just read the slide, increase the quality and quantity of services for victims of rape and sexual assault. So that started out between defining what the core services are for rape crisis, for rape survivors, and what the cost for those services would be. Talking about receiving ongoing state funding to support those victim services, and establishing standards of care statewide. And as again, a lot of this stuff is still rolling out, so we might have to say still that a lot of this information will be given at a later time. Once again, in regards to the state funds that we have received for sexual assault, we're not going to be going into a lot of detail today about how those will be allocated and who will be getting those and how that application is going to be working, because to be very honest, the session ended about 10 days ago and we are still working on that. However, we have been giving a very strict timeline by the legislature that we need to report to them on our plan in May and have those be ready to spend by July. So we will be moving on it. Just know that we won't be talking too much about that today. I just wanted to give the people who will be applying for SASP funds a heads up, because this will probably be affecting you the most. Okay, next slide. So in October 22, we provided a report to the legislature to the Social Services Committee that was entitled the Utah Victim Services Overview Report. And that is on our website. Don't worry about clicking on it right now, Maddie. It is on that same site that has all of those links. Like I said, this is that 86-pager report that was pretty hefty. And it talks about domestic violence and child abuse as well. And in that report, it outlines the core services for victims of sexual assault, the cost of those services, and what the need for funding is. In the area of sexual assault, the main core services, core categories, I should say, were defined as information and referral, personal advocacy and accompaniment, emotional support, medical and safety, emotional, medical, and safety support, I think I was supposed to say there, coordinated community services, shelter and housing, and criminal civil justice system assistance. So there's quite a few services underneath each of those categories, but those were the main ones that we defined with, obviously the Utah Coalition Against Sexual Assault in our joint effort. Go ahead and move on to the next slide. So in that time, we were required to provide a cost estimate of what that would cost overall, regardless of the funding source, to provide victims of sexual assault with these services. Now, if you look at the total numbers at the bottom, you're going to think, holy cow, that is a lot more money than we are being given. And that is absolutely correct. It was a little bit of a sticker shock, you know, when we presented this to the legislature, but in all honesty, the other two groups for domestic violence and sexual and child abuse were actually fairly similar values. So it wasn't too far off as far as how much that is. We looked at approximately 40,000, the number of sexual assault victims being served. And in that report, you'll see a whole lot more about how these numbers were come up with and how we got these costs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if you're in the mood for some light reading, I'd encourage you to go over there and read it. So to serve about 40,000 victims of sexual assault, it would cost about $5,000 a victim. And that was what we were really trying to hit home to the legislature, as I don't need to tell anybody on this call that sexual violence is probably, I would probably say in my opinion, the most damaging crimes that there could be. And in order to provide some sort of recompense and healing for them, $5,000 for each person is probably barely even scratching at the surface. But when we divide that out between information referral, the personal advocacies, and all of the categories that you see there, you can definitely see where those costs add up. So that would be then a total of $200 million. So the point we were trying to get across to the legislature was not trying to make a big deal of like, wow, $200 million is so much money, as it is of how prevalent sexual assault as well as all the other victimizations are across our state. 40,000 is a lowball estimate of how many victims we have per year, or how many victims of sexual assault there are per year. And then what all of the services that are needed to help them start on their journey of healing, you know, that was where we were trying to get their attention, that in all actuality, $200 million is low considering how many people are victims of sexual assault in our state, and to really getting some attention that way. And we went through different scenarios as well with maybe, this was the ideal victim services, as we called it, the Cadillac plan. I think we moved on our way down to like a Honda and a Pinto and I don't know, a bike for baseline services. Right now, we're probably on like a wagon with its wheel falling off, but hey, we're moving on there. The thing I don't like about these webinars too is I can't hear you guys all laughing at my hilarious jokes. So I'll just have to assume you all are in your individual rooms. So let's move on to the next slide. So I wanted to keep that in mind as we're talking about sexual assault and what currently is being funded in the state. I don't know if I was just tired last night when I was looking at this graph. I'm like, oh, those look like pencils. You know, as you can see, we had like a short stubby pencil, then there got to be more and more and more with VOCA funding. And as you can see, VOCA funding is going down. And so we split up this bar chart, as you can see, for the last 10 years between the general fund, which is state funds, to clarify for everyone here, VAWA, VOCA, SASP, which are all through our office we've spoken about today. RPEG is a prevention grant that goes to the Department of Health, and SACI was a temporary grant for sexual assault kits that was through CCJJ a few years back. And so as you can see, and as we can probably already guess, the primary funder for sexual assault services in the state has been VOCA, from those yellow lines there. There's some from VAWA and SASP as well and the other sources, but I wanted to focus mostly on that blue square, as you would. I'd like to make that square more of a rectangle. Right now it's more of a square of what the state has been contributing. And what was really shocking, and then it was interesting because I even saw it come up in some news headlines, which was kind of cool to see the work that we've done coming out later, and some legislators even commenting on that during the session, was that for the amount of sexual assault victims that we're just seeing in our state through our funding right now, which is about 15 to 20,000, and the amount that state funding is going towards that currently, it adds up to be about $20 per victim, which is substantially lower than any other victimization that state funds are paying for, and just low in general. And it was really a sticking point, and that also got a lot of attention when we were talking about, you know, the need to serve them per victim is probably $5,000, you know. That $20 per sexual assault victim is pretty dang low. So so that got some attention in the legislature to hopefully see the need to provide some state funding. Now, some of you might ask, I mean, I know that VOCA is going down, but it's not just that. Why is it the state's, you know, responsibility? And we have talked a lot about this over the years, that federal funds are pretty flighty. They come and they go, and like we talked about this morning, as you can see in this chart here, they're definitely have gone up and they've gone down. Whereas the states, we see the responsibility more needing to be to provide some stable funding. And then of course, local governments as well as private funding should also be considered when funding programs as well. But the need to get some stabilization of victim services, especially for sexual assault services, was for us at the forefront. So let's move on to the next slide. Okay, so for the fiscal year 2024, and I think December-ish, Governor Cox issued his governor's budget and requested that $20 million of ongoing funding and $30 million of one-time funding go towards victims of sexual assault, domestic violence, child abuse. And just like I said, that purpose and intent of that funding is to provide that baseline core victim services for crime victims across the state. That was really exciting for us. When we issued these original, you know, amounts here, we never expected that we were going to get $200 million of requests from the government. We just knew that wasn't going to happen, but it is more just to show them how much it really does cost. And so we're very excited to see $30 million of, actually a total of $50 million being requested for this funding. I'm just going to skip to the end of all the middle. Some of you guys have been through the legislative session. I know are still recovering from that trauma. And at the end of the legislative session, the Executive Appropriations Committee approved $12 million of ongoing funding and $12.5 million of one-time funds that is spread out across 3 years, the one-time funds, to go to these three categories. And the intent language for these ongoing funds is that 3.2 million of the ongoing and 5 million of the one-time, once again spread out over 3 years, would be dedicated towards sexual assault victim services, and UOVC would be the pass-through agency during our process and working with UCASA as well as other stakeholders. That the feedback was that they would like it to go through the Utah Office for Victims of Crime. We were willing to take that on, and so here we are. We have been working a lot with UCASA to get some feedback. We do not consider ourselves to be the professionals on sexual assault victim services. That is the coalition's place, and we happily support them. Our job is to be the professionals on distributing funding. That is our mission, and that is what we will continue to do. But we will work closely with the coalition as they provide guidance to us on what those standards should be and how this funding can best be attributed to serve victims in the state. Let me see here. I just want to make sure I'm on the right. Okay, so like I said, we will be having more information and training on how these funds will be distributed. I just want everybody to take that into account, because our purpose for this is that does get distributed among rape crisis centers to provide baseline core victim services for victims of rape and sexual assault, as well as SAY nurses and Sexual Assault Coalition. So we will be reaching out to you as you will be preparing these budgets, especially for your SASP program or any other VOCA grants that you'll be applying for. We'll be reaching out to talk about and get your feedback on the state funding, the distribution thereof, and what the priorities will be and how that will work. So that way you will have a good idea of what then you will need to be requesting in your remaining VOCA budget and our SASP budgets and even VAWA budgets if you have that. But we wanted to give you guys a heads up of what that's going to be like, and that we will be talking to those of you who are rape crisis centers and SANE nurses. If you do not fall within that category, but clearly, I mean, a lot of people are providing services to sexual assault victims, be it through as a criminal justice program, or legal services, or other nonprofits, or children's justice centers. The state sexual assault funding at this time would not be going to those specific programs. Like I said earlier, there is some state funding going towards children's justice centers that is going through the AG's office, and we'll be working out the portion of funding that we have for those other programs. But specifically, this state funding would be going more specifically to SANE nurses, the coalition, and rape crisis centers. And I can't even see if there's any questions coming in, so maybe that's for the best. I'm going to hand it over to, I believe, Melissa, who's going to talk a little bit about the standards of care that have been developed, and then we'll jump into the SASP.
All right, so we have been referencing the standards of care for rape crisis centers all day, and now we can finally jump into the content of this. So the standards of care was developed by UCASA and a work group with many of you that are probably listening in right now to, really ensure that sexual assault survivors in the state have access to that minimum level of consistent services. So if you're getting services in rural Southern Utah, or if you're in urban Salt Lake, you're still getting consistent quality services. And so these 5 standards were identified and given really thorough definitions, and that's what we're going to take a look at today. And you'll be getting a lot more information from UCASA down the road as far as how these were developed and what the future plans are. But this form is really for us to introduce it to you, to say that we are going to be looking at this as potential requirements for future funding for rape crisis programs. So the 5 standards identified were 24-hour crisis hotline, crisis intervention, accompaniment to hospitals, law enforcement offices, prosecutors' offices, and courts, advocacy, and public education. And so, Maddie, if we can just click on that form there. So again, you'll want to read through these definitions pretty thoroughly. Of course, we understand that not all programs are going to be at the level of the definitions here, but that's exactly why we're forming this collaboration with UCASA to work with programs. We're going to be doing plenty of technical assistance, training, and we'll work on this together. And I think that victims across the state are really going to see the benefits of that. And so if you just want to scroll down slowly, Maddie, like I said, so it's quite lengthy definition, so you'll want to make sure you look through those. And then at the end of the document, just needs to be signed by your authorized official that you've acknowledged that these are going to be put into place. Let's see, yeah, there we go. And so that's that. Okay, and so Tally, if you didn't have anything else, we're going to move right along. Doesn't sound like it. So we're going to be focusing now on the federal funding source of SASP, or Sexual Assault Service Program. SASP is specific to rape crisis centers, so if you are one, or if you are intending to be one, you are in the right place. Next slide. Okay. So SASP was created by the VAWA and DOJ Reauthorization Act of 2005, or I'm sorry, 2005, and it is the first federally funded stream solely dedicated to the direct intervention of sexual assault. The Sexual Assault Service Program funds are to support the establishment, maintenance, and expansion of rape crisis centers, and to provide direct assistance to individuals who have been victimized by sexual assault without regard to the age of the individual. Next slide. Okay, to be eligible for SASP, the applying agency must provide intervention and assistance to adult, youth, and secondary victims such as family, household members, or those collaterally affected by the victimization. This, of course, excludes the perpetrator of that victimization. Next slide. One thing we like to say about SASP in our office is that it's fairly straightforward and simple in regards to its focus. There are 6 federal purpose areas that should be considered when determining if this is the right funding source for your program. So there is 24-hour hotline providing crisis intervention and referral, accompaniment and advocacy through medical, criminal justice, and social supports, crisis intervention, including short-term counseling and group support, information and referral, culturally specific services and support, including outreach activities to underserved communities, and then the development and distribution of materials that are related to those purposes in 1 through 5. Next slide. For this award cycle in 2023 to 2025, UOVC will award $1 million. This is a slight increase from the previous cycle. And with the additional funding, we will consider new program requests, as always, or well-justified and reasonable increases to existing programs. Do keep in mind that the increase is a total of $210,000 across the state of Utah. The amount of SASP funds awarded to individual organizations will be based on their ability to identify unmet needs and to demonstrate a meaningful program plan. Applications should focus their project within the 6 SASP federal program purposes. In addition to that criteria, UOVC will consider these priorities for sexual assault funding programs. Many of these we've discussed already today, but obviously the standards of care, as we just reviewed. Programs that are dedicated to sexual assault through their mission statement, program and staff titles, specialized sexual assault training, and by the amount of dedicated staff time to the program. We would also encourage you to consider the VAWA implementation plan, at least the portion that references the statewide plan for addressing sexual assault and the applicable goals and objectives. SASP is under the umbrella of VAWA, as we talked about, and so very relevant to that 5-year implementation plan that was recently developed. Next slide. A few budget considerations to keep in mind. These are the same that you saw earlier today, but these are specific to SASP. I'll go over allowable costs in a moment, but let's see here. So for personnel and benefits, again, UOVC's priority is to fund 0.25 FTE or a quarter of a person's time. Training and travel, there will not be training and travel for out of state, but we will consider virtual out of state trainings. And then only training that will be funded will be for those grant funded staff. Please don't put TBD into the training line. We do have a list of approved trainings that you can put in there, or if you have your own training that you'd like to request, just make sure you put some information into your application about what those are. And then lastly, contracted fees. UOVC will not fund any contractors' training, travel, equipment, or supplies. And if you don't already know, an exciting thing is that there is no match requirement for SASP applicants. Okay, next slide. SASP will apply the same funding considerations that you have heard earlier today. While SASP may not have a decrease in its overall funding, it is always possible requests will be reduced based on not meeting priorities laid out in the RFP instructions. So please keep that in mind, but you can always look at those in your SASP instructions. Next slide. All right, so I have highlighted just a few allowable costs for SASP, but you can find the full list on the UOVC website that's linked here. In general, requesting costs that are associated with the performance of the 6 program purposes would be justifiable. SASP can also support programs that focus on child or elderly sexual assault. However, as stated in the SASP eligibility requirements, the agency as a whole must serve all ages. Volunteer or staff training is allowed when the training is on providing direct services. Outreach can be done to inform the community about services related to SASP program. And costs that ensure individuals with disabilities, deaf individuals, and persons with limited English proficiency can access program services. Next slide. All right, so just a few of the unallowable costs: training programs for allied professionals or the general public. Again, this is a direct victim service grant. Activities focusing on prevention, as we heard earlier in VAWA, same rules apply. Training on victimization in general, bystander intervention, healthy relationships. SASP funds cannot support a SAME program or the support of a SART. However, SASP can support the time for a staff member to attend a SART meeting. And then, of course, domestic violence services that are unrelated to sexual assault. But I would encourage you to read through the unallowable costs related to activities that compromise victim safety, which is listed in the SASP instructions. All right, next slide, Maddie. All right, so as with all other funding sources you have heard today, you are able to request indirect costs, either with a 10% de minimis rate or a federally negotiated rate. You will need to ensure indirect costs are treated consistently across all of your requested budgets. I know we're going to go into indirect cost further down, so we don't need to spend too much time here. Next slide. All right, so we want you to be aware of what will be required of your agency should you receive an award. This will be a reimbursement award, and your agency will be required to submit a billing request or financial status report, at least quarterly, a progress report on your goals and objectives that you put into this application quarterly, a governing board report at least twice a year, and there will be an annual report due in January for each year. Your agency must ensure that you have the capability to track demographic and service data throughout that time. We will have a much more extensive training on any of these post-award requirements. So this is really just for your information right now. Next slide. So getting into a little bit of the application components, SASP has a section for SASP-specific information, and it's going to be those 4 things listed here on the left. They're fairly straightforward questions, simple to answer, getting information about the types of services that your organization does in general, the staff that you're requesting on this award, any information materials that you might be producing, and then victim services, including demographics of the types of victims that you plan to serve. And this information does help us screen for eligibility and the relevance to the 6 federal SASP purpose areas. Okay, next slide. Program plan. So the program plan should present a clear and concise way in which the application shows the goals, objectives, activities, and responsible staff. This should also clearly show you how you plan, show us how you plan to expend SASP funds. You will have the option to choose between 13 victim service types for an overall goal. That's those on the left here. As an objective to that goal, you will choose 1 or more of the 6 federal SASP program purposes. The layout of the program plan is closely designed with the annual report in mind and should be helpful for you in collecting consistent data. With each goal and objective, you will need to provide information regarding the type of measurement, quantity served, and activities, and these will be discussed later on in the next presentation. I would like to mention that it is important to be very intentional when writing your activities and methods for each program plan if you are applying in a different funding category with UOVC. If you're a dual program, we would caution you in submitting a sexual assault set-aside program plan that mirrors a domestic violence program plan. If you are a returning agency, we would encourage you to reevaluate previous goals and objectives with the information that you have been given today. Okay, next slide, Maddie. So there's just a few additional attachments that I want to review. Certification of consultation and coordination. This is a new requirement for SASP as our office is looking to put more emphasis on community coordination of services. You will receive more information on how this is going to be filled out, but we do want you to keep in mind that we understand that you may be using the same partners for similar programs, sexual assault programs. But we do expect activities to be specific to the specific program plan within that letter. If any person in your program is planning to provide legal assistance, the agency must certify that they have received specialized training and have the appropriate experience in working with sexual assault victims. There's those 4 components that were discussed earlier. That just needs to be filled out, signed by your authorized official. And then, of course, the standards of care for rape crisis centers is just to review that acknowledgement of the work that will be done in the coming months by UCASA and UOVC. And that concludes the information that we have for SASP.
Okay, hi everybody, I'm back. Oh gosh, I'm like in the dark. I don't know, I am the worst on technical issues. So we are quick, aren't we, Melissa? I don't think that we have any more information for that directly, and I wouldn't mind just jumping into the rest of it. However, the problem is that we know that we want to stick to the schedule because there are people who have left because this wasn't applicable to them and they were not planning on rejoining us until 2:45. So sorry for everybody else, but we're going to have to pick up the rest of the training at 2:45 to go over the application. I'm assuming that everybody here has many things to do to kill the time, and if not, I'd encourage you to go check out the website and start reviewing all the materials there. So you're welcome to stay on the webinar or jump off and come back on at 2:45. Thank you, everybody.
Coming back, my name's Polly Romine. I am a VOCA grant analyst. I talked a little bit before during our VOCA portion of the training, and I am going to talk to you for a little while today. I'm going to stall for just a bit for people to join. There's a couple still hopping in. What I get to talk to you about for the next, maybe an hour is how to complete the application, which is applicable to every single agency. As you guys are, all of you, it's going to be applicable to all of you. So there's still people coming in. I guess it's okay since we're being recorded, right? If we just kind of get going. And I can be pretty verbose, so which I will try to be in a helpful way. I have a little bit of a luxury right now because I get to share some maybe insider tips and tricks, hopefully helpful things, kind of talk to you a little bit like we're friends and give you ideas and things to think about that will help you. And so I hope that you take it that way. I've done a lot of, a few SME review committees as a grant analyst and then as a sub-grantee. And so it might be kind of nice to have some tricks from the inside, right? So, all right. So completing the application, we're going to go to the next slide, which hopefully will be helpful to many of you who have been asking, how do I complete, how do I get logged into the system? Okay. So this guy, if you are brand new, this information helps you know. If you're brand new to UOVC, you've never submitted a grant before, you don't have a login, you go to our system, which I'll share the link to our system in a minute. If you go there and can't log in, you'll need to reach out to Dale or Mariah. Dale's the program manager for VOCA, and Dale is the program manager for VAWA. if you are a system user and you're struggling, you can also email them as well. Or you can let your grant analysts know that's okay too. I did put some suggestions on here just in case they're helpful. I noticed this last week alone that I had to clear my cache or clear my cookies a lot to get onto our system. And so if you're not quite sure how to clear your cache or clear your cookies, Google that or look that up on the internet. It does help if you use Google as a search engine to use our system. And once you get your password, I'm not going to say write it down and save it somewhere, but it helps, especially if you're applying for more than one grant. It can get confusing. So maybe just somehow figure out a way to keep all that information in line. So, and then also our emails go to the spam folder. Like it is going out of style. In fact, I think we joked last week that our emails go to spam probably 75% of the time. So if you can hear my voice, maybe make a note to check your spam folder if you are not getting our emails, because it's pretty rough to not get those messages. So, all right. So we are going to go to the next slide. Here is the website to log in to the Utah grant management system. If you heard me earlier talking, there's a different federal website. Your application is being done in the Utah grant management website. It can get confusing and it can get a little bit nerve-wracking with all of the reporting you have to do and all of the different things that we talked about today. If you're a brand new subgrantee, like if you've had a grant this year, I do want to caution you to create a brand new application starting today or after. I know a few of you, quite a few of you, started an application already in this system. I'm going to tell you, do not submit anything that you have been working on as of today. Start here forward. The application, this application has changed. The questions have changed. There's a lot of information that's changed. And so if you submit an old application, even if it's possible, it'll get thrown out and it will stink and people will cry. So don't submit an application that you've been working on. So anyway, little tip for those of you who are current subgrantees. So I think Dale mentioned it. You'll notice that there's a lot of page numbers for your instructions. This information will be available again on the website. You'll be able to go in, click into the instructions that you want to use, VOCA, VAWA, SASP, and follow those instructions. All right, so some of you have logged in before, some of you are brand new, but this is what it will look like. On the screenshot with the little brown bar, that's the very first page. You'll click on that login. Oh, there's my little fairy right there where Maddie's mouse is. It says login. You'll log in there. It'll take you to the page, the other screenshot. And many of you, if you're already here in the grant system, you'll notice that up at the top, it says my applications. If you have other applications in there, again, don't use those applications. You'll click on VOCA, VAWA, or SASP at the bottom, and that is how you're going to start this brand new application. All right, we can go to the next slide. Oh, big reddish brown box. This will say VOCA or VAWA or SASP. So I circled this and gave this example. This is what it'll look like, but just make sure that you're applying for the grant that you actually want to apply for. Make sure it says VOCA if you want VOCA, SASP if you want SASP, VAWA if you want VAWA. And I think we can go to the next slide. Here is an example of those main pages once you hit that big red button in the last example. VAWA has more areas in their application, so they have more green boxes. And I hope I remember to reference the green boxes again. So the green boxes are areas of your application. VAWA has a few, SASP has less, and then VOCA has the very least. But don't let that fool you, because sometimes VOCA is proclaimed to be the most difficult grant. But I don't know. Some of you go for VAWA, and sometimes I'm pretty shocked at all the work you have to do for VAWA. So I just wanted you to have this example. Oh, I did a little red, my applicant. You guys should recognize that. That's how you maneuver in your current grants. It is helpful to know that if you are applying for more than one grant, you can get back and forth between your grants, and this where it says my application or applications at the top is where you're going to find your current grants, your new grants that you want to submit. So I'll talk a little bit later about make sure you're submitting the correct grant again. If you're a current user, these pages should all look pretty much the same. We've heard a lot from all the different program managers on the different specific information that each grant needs. And let's see, I am just going to give you an idea of kind of what the system looks like and how to navigate it. And okay, I think we can go into the next one. I try to make sure I hit all my notes while I'm talking to you guys. I get so excited and I forget what I'm going to say and stuff goes out of my head. So, all right. So after you have clicked into that very first green box, whichever grant that you're applying for, I think Mariah mentioned that many of the grants, a lot of this information is going to be the same. So the applicant box is going to be the same. VOCA, VAWA, and SASP, it's going to be the same. So that first green box is the applicant, which is you, information. So one of the things I wanted to mention on this slide is we asked for a DUNS number in the past. Now it is called an EIN, Elephant Ice Cream Nancy number. If you're not sure what an EIN number is, you need to get with HR, somebody in finance, find out what that number is. We need it to be current and active, and we need it to be correct. We have to check. That's a federal requirement. So we have to have that number, and then also make sure your address matches your W-9. Sometimes when your address doesn't, the check gets lost in the mail. So, all right, next slide. We don't want the checks to get lost in the mail. I forgot to mention that maybe I did mention it, but you'll have to do a brand new process, a brand new step. How do I want to say this? You'll have to do a separate application for each program. So if you want to apply for VAWA and SASP, you'll do the whole process for VAWA, the whole process for SASP. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Okay, points of contact. This slide, I wanted to make sure that I touched on that we were having a tiny bit of trouble in the secondary contact. Sometimes that secondary contact doesn't save. For some reason, we are working with our developer. For some reason, unbeknownst, I don't know, they tried to explain it to us. I'm Grant, I speak grants, I don't speak developerese, I guess. Anyway, we're working on that. I don't want you to spend a lot of time entering that second and trying to save. If you are a current agency and your secondary points of contact information or any changes to your contact information, if it doesn't save, we'll get it figured out. If you're a brand new agency, it should save just fine. but I just wanted you to be aware if it doesn't save, if you're a current program, if it doesn't save and you're really like worried about it, you can definitely email us, but like, you know, we need to have your information. If it's not saving your information, then there's a problem, but as long as your primary point of contact is saving, then it's okay. Don't spend a lot of time. All right, next slide. Okay, so the yellow here, I hope you can see, this is the project short title. It's highlighted in yellow. Oh yeah, thanks, Curtis. The UIF, did I say EI? Oh my gosh, UEI. I swear I need a test. My mother did not have me tested. I need to be tested. The UIE. Oh gosh, sorry about that. Make sure your UIE number is correct. Anyway, it's in your instructions. Follow your instructions. I guess I should also put a disclaimer in here that if we say something goofy, because we're kind of goofy sometimes, it's been a long day and some of us haven't slept very much, make sure you follow your instructions. And then if something crazy is happening, ask the Q&A. Okay, so project short title. This is like your grant type, your agency name, your grant type, and your grant program, if applicable. So I think I put VOCA, like it would be VOCA 2023-2025 grants. It would be like, oh, I don't know, Dove Center, VOCA 2023-2025 grant. There are some examples out there. I'll use Dove again. If Dove Center has a domestic violence grant and like a sexual set aside grant, they would put Dove Center domestic violence 2023-2025, Dove Center sexual assault 2023-2025. So make sure that, like, especially if your agency has more than one grant or you're applying for more than one grant, I should say, make sure that they're separated about what grant program that you're applying for. Okay, so the green that's circled is the indirect rate. This is where you set the rate during the application process. If you have no idea what indirect means, when we say indirect, that's okay. You probably don't have an indirect rate or you haven't taken an indirect rate. If you want to take an indirect rate and you haven't negotiated with the federal government, you can. Danette talked to us a little bit about the de minimis rate and other important indirect information. If you want to take the de minimis, this is where you would put the 10 in. 10 is the de minimis rate. If you have a negotiated rate, put that rate in here and then be prepared to send us that documents or those documents when we do revisions. Project short title. So project short title is 1 to 2 sentences. 1 to 2 sentences. We use this, UOVC, we use this quite a bit, especially during the whole SME process and taking the grants to the board. So we really love that when you guys, from your perspective, you describe your own agency in 1 to 2 sentences. This information goes in enormous handouts. So 1 to 2 sentences is very important to us. If you put in more than 1 to 2 sentences, we have to pick out the most important or rewrite this sometimes. Don't make us do that if we want, if we're looking at funding your agency. 1 to 2 sentences is best, as much as you can. Keep it kind of short. Project dates. There's project dates everywhere in the description or in the instructions, all over the grant system and all over the training. So make sure you get your project dates correct. Project dates are July 1st, 2023 to June 30, 2025. it really can cause some confusion if you put in old project dates. It also, I think I said it before and I'll say it again here. If you get the project dates wrong, we kind of know you're not paying attention and you're not reading. So anyway, okay. Make sure you're paying attention and reading and following the instructions. Okay. There's some questions on here that are pretty self-explanatory, filling out the counties that you serve and stuff like that. I don't feel like I have to go over every single question. So we're going to go to the next slide. Agency type, you're going to tell us whether you're criminal justice, whether you're nonprofit, whether you're tribal. The little drop down arrows off to the right hand side, you'll just click whichever one applies to you. And that little brown, is it brown? Is it red? I don't know. The little brownish red save button at the very bottom, you'll see this save button as you go through the application. This save button is where you save in that part of the application. So just make sure you're hitting that little guy every now and then. And also, I forgot to mention that these are screenshots of the system, and the system scrolls. You scroll through. So make sure you're using that little scroll bar off to the oh man, I'm really struggling today. Left is right and right is left. Just make sure you're using that little scroll bar. So if you feel like you're not seeing a part of the application that you should be seeing, scroll through and it should keep going for you. And again, make sure you're using Google or another compatible, and clear your cache if you're struggling with the system, which can be a pain. I hate clearing my cache or my cookies. All right, next slide. I tell people, oh, clear your cache like it means nothing. It's a pain. All right, application. So we just got done talking about applicants. Now we're going to talk about application. So we got done talking about you guys and your agency. Now we're going to talk about essentially your project. This is the application, right? All right. Oh, did I miss? I missed. Oh, there is a question about volunteers on there. Make sure you answer the questions about volunteers. There's some information about VOCA does require volunteers. There is some old information. So VOCA used to require that you used volunteers for your grant funded projects. And I'm hoping I'm saying this slowly. So VOCA used to require that you had to use volunteers for your grant funded projects. That is not a requirement right now, but VOCA still does require that your agency uses volunteers. So if you are marking no and you're a VOCA grant, maybe put in there something, you know, yes, we use volunteers, but we're taking the match waiver or whatever. But eventually, if you get VOCA money, you'll have to be able to say that your agency uses volunteers. There's no requirement for VAWA and SASP. Mariah did talk to us about that. It's still very important. They still need volunteers, all of that good stuff. So, okay, sorry. I get distracted by my own brain. I'm so excited. I won't call it nervous. I'm excited. Okay, application. Okay, so these are new questions, brand new questions. We kind of found, and I'll speak for myself. I won't speak for the other guys. We kind of found that the copied and pasted answers from the past, they're okay, it's okay. But it wasn't great and it wasn't meaningful and it was kind of redundant in some places. And so we have been getting a push from the federal government about meaningful and purposeful and impactful and all those fancy synonyms that probably really actually we should have been focusing on beforehand. I think last grant cycle we did touch on it a bit, but this year we're not going to touch on it. We're going to grab it. So you're going to hear us talk about meaningful and impactful and all of that stuff more often. So we're hoping, my hope, my tip and trick for you is to really focus on the meaningful, the victim-centered, and when you answer these questions, how does this lend to essentially what you're doing for victims? And really, like, this is how you show us and tell us and tell the reviewers and the committee that your agency needs funding. So one of the things I was thinking about is I was looking at these questions that some of them are kind of hard. You know, if I was a subgrantee, I was thinking, you know, it would be a struggle because, you know, we doing the same things we've always been doing. So if some of these questions are hard, then maybe there needs to be a little tiny bit of self-reflection or agency reflection, and some research probably needs to be done. And this is just a tip, this is just a trick from me to you, to maybe kind of, you know, ask some questions and see if we're really getting at the answers. So anyway, everybody knows VOCA's money is going down. If you've had VAWA before, you know that VAWA doesn't have a lot of money. What I'm really trying to say is this isn't the application to just kind of like, go home your way through it. This is the time to sort of, you know, tell us why, make it truthful, make it useful. This is the time to sell your program in these narrative questions. This is probably one of the most important applications or parts of the application. So like, I probably can't stress to you enough how important it is that you fill this out correctly. Well, some of it's discretion. So you fill this out, what's the word? I need a thesaurus. You fill it out like meaningful and meaty, and just give us a lot of information. Sell the program, make it make sense. This is the time to make it make sense. Pretend like you're talking to people who have no idea what a victim is or what your program does. Pretend you have no, you know, UOVC has never heard of you before. Like, you talk to us. There's a lot of people that are going to see your applications. The SME reviewers are going to see them. So, you know, kind of talk to those unknown people to tell us about your agency and why you are so important in the lives of your victims. Write these like, you know, like you mean it, like this is saving the cheese. So anyway, make sure, and I'm hoping if you can hear my voice right now, I'm going to say that a couple times. I want you to pay attention. There's 168 of you. I hope if you can hear my voice right now, read the questions and answer the actual question. That is so important. I need you to hear me when I tell you, read the question, answer the actual question. You don't want your SME review committee to get in there and go, oh, because you're answering a question that wasn't asked. Take your time, have somebody else look it over, sleep on it. I suggest you take a copy of these questions right now and think about them and write some stuff down. And then as you go for the next few weeks, add to them, tweak them. These are super important this year. Like, I know we say that every year, but this year you feel the urgency. Space isn't an issue. The boxes open up in the system. Make sure you're putting in words that matter and words that are truthful and believable and all that good stuff. Okay. Some other important information to know. I think a few of the others, especially Tally hit on this. The committees, UOVC, were mandated, we're obligated, we're responsible to make sure that victim service money exists in all service categories everywhere in the state. So the committee and UOVC must look at the state overall, and we need to look at all victim services overall. So pretend your budget and your grant doesn't exist before you, before here and now. So if you're a current subgrantee, write like your current grant doesn't exist, because it kind of doesn't in a competitive process. And you heard Tally say, maybe some of the others said, this year is a competitive process. It is on the line. Okay, I just spent like, I don't know, half an hour telling you how important it is. So I hope that's coming across. But I'm like really touching on it because, you know, I want you guys to be able to write really great grants and do a good job. And it's important. And you're important. You're important to me. And you're important to us. So I'm being a little nutty about it. Okay. All right, let's get into the questions. Okay, we're done with my pep talk. No, we're not. I'll probably give more pep talk later. Okay, agency organization, mission, purpose. So the first question is going to talk about who you guys are. And this is your agency as a whole, not your grant funded programs, not your victim service programs. This is your agency, mission, purpose, how long you've been in existence. If I was writing a grant for UOVC, I would talk about UOVC and how UOVC has been around since like before like 1986 or something, right? So I would talk about all of that. Talk about the programs that are offered and the who benefits from your services. Overall agency. So then the next question is going to be a victim needs question. I put on here on the slide in capital, not agency needs. You guys, my people, you girls, my humans. I can't tell you how many agencies write about their victim or their needs in the victim questions. And it makes me want to come over and be like, listen, Linda, come on. This is where I say, please read the question and answer the question. In the victim-centered questions, please do victim-centered. You're looking for meaningful answers that describe victim-centered services, not agency. This isn't the question to talk about what your agency is providing victims. Do not do that. I'm telling you right now, there will be like some check marks, some crossed out, some points deducted. Don't do that. Okay. I don't know. I didn't ask Tally if I should be giving you all these secrets. So maybe I don't know. Maybe this is my last day. Why did I just laugh like that would be a good thing? I don't know. Anyway, it's not a good thing, by the way. I like my job. I like you guys. I want to stay here. I'll try not to say anything that will get me fired. Just kidding. Okay, number 3. We are going back to, okay, so you're going to talk about your agency overall. Then you're going to talk about victims that you serve. No, victims needs. Oh, victims you serve, but victims. Then you're going to talk about what other programs or agencies are in your area and how you coordinate with them. And you're going to probably want to really answer this question. What's working well? What are the barriers? This is an area question. It's very important. Talk about grant funded and non-grant funded agencies. Sometimes it's fun to hear about other agencies that aren't grant funded that we might not have any idea about. So maybe jot some of those guys down too. A little hard truth. No agency is a one-stop shop for victims. So if you're trying to be a one-stop shop, you're failing the victims. There's going to be gaps. So if you put that there's no other agencies in your area, there's probably like maybe 0.5% of you that could put you're the only person in your area. And even in that case, there's churches, there's schools, there are other people that are you're probably partnering with to help victims. And you might not even call victims victims if you're in that situation. So really take a look at what your world is like, what your days are like, what your work is like, and answer this question very intentionally. This question, again, is important because it's super important to the federal government. Collaboration, cooperation, coordination. You're going to hear those all the time. You're going to see those words, coordination, collaborate. That is part of taking federal money. In fact, you actually agree when you take federal money that you're going to collaborate, you're going to coordinate with other agencies. So, you know, it is playing nice in the sandbox. It is sharing victims. It is helping each other. So, which can be kind of tough sometimes. But our victims are important. They need all of you. They need system-based. They need nonprofit. They need all of you. So, okay. Question 4. This question is about underserved, marginalized, and culturally specific populations and people with dealing with those life experiences. The federal government has definitions. I mentioned briefly that VOCA has a definition sheet. I believe Mariah mentioned as well that there are definitions from OVW. So if you're not quite sure who's underserved in your area, marginalized, culturally specific, you need to be reaching out. This is one of the questions that I thought, oh my gosh, I would need to do a little bit of research on. So, oh, I mentioned the must be, okay. Okay, oh, I got distracted, see, holy moly. Okay, so when you're answering this question, make sure that you are talking about how you're qualified to provide those services. And, you know, if you're a little uneasy about this question, you're probably more qualified than you think. So, you know, maybe I'll give you some maybe things to think about. Maybe look at and think about how you're going to work towards developing meaningful services if you're kind of not already. Are you going to trainings? Are you reading? Are you reaching out to other agencies serving those populations or those populations? You know, are you a part of teams or groups that reach out and serve? Are there churches nearby? Are there schools nearby that you can talk to somebody and sort of start making connections there, people that can help start teaching you, that you can learn from? When somebody contacts you, what does that look like? Are you sort of, you know, researching? Are you, you know, making sure that you have language access? There's all sorts of stuff for this question. So, and it is very, very important. There is a deep focus on this in our certified assurances and grant conditions, where much of these expectations are laid out as far as how you're serving underserved, marginalized, culturally specific people. Or people experiencing those things. Yeah, are you working with agencies and other advocates that can help mentor you? So there might be a little bit of work to do a research on this question. Okay, number 5 is program plan and budget. Alrighty, my favorite. I love talking about program plan. Program plan and budget. This question, how do they address the above needs? Are you highlighting my brain works faster than my mouth. I've got it all up here, but I sound like a ding dong because I can't get it out my face. It's rude. Okay. Are you highlighting new and innovative practices? Okay. Number 5, your answer. Talk about how all of your questions correlate, intermingle with your budget, your goals and objectives. You'll hear me talk all the time when I'm talking about program plan or the PMT. we ask you all the time about victims and who you're serving. Make sure that they all interact. All these reports that we're asking you to do, make sure that they all are like going together and they're meshing with your budget, your federal reports, your state reports, and your narratives all have to be just, they need to support each other and they really need to lend to each other. If the committees look at your grant and you know your program plan, your goals and your goals and objectives are different than sort of your agency mission or purpose, and you've got something weird on the budget that doesn't really lend to your goals and objectives, and then your narrative doesn't talk about your budget. So just make sure that all of those things support each other. I really suggest that when you get ready to write your budget, your goals and objectives, and fill out your federal forms or your federal, like the PMT, or even like the Muskie report, some of you will know what that is. Pull those and make sure that you're, yeah, we do this. We don't do that so much. Yes, we do this. And write your narrative as you're sort of building your budget and your goals and objectives all together. That sounds like a lot. I realize I do this every day, all day long, and I think about this, dogs and chocolate. That's all I do. Just kidding, I have chickens, so I think about them too. Okay, number 6. Improve coordination. So I'm gonna come back to number 6 and talk about that in its own slide. This is the certification of coordination letters are taking the place of some different processes and some letters that the old grants used to require. So it is super important that I talk about that. In number 6, you're gonna briefly sort of touch on how you're gonna improve coordination with other agencies and then attach those coordination letters. So, okay, we're gonna hop to number 7 and then we'll come back to number 6. All right, number 7 is, what does success look like? Many of us have heard or even said, what does the end look like? And let's work backwards from the end. What does success look like? You know, and then let's work backwards from there. What did we do to get there? So that is also helpful as you're thinking about all of this stuff. So what does successful look like? You're gonna talk to us in that narrative. And meaningful services. This question is replacing. So some of you who are current subgrantees, you'll remember that you have a goal and objective, and then you had how you were, the activities and methods, and then you had this question, what effective outcome, and you had to write that for every single goal and objective. You'll probably remember that. We have taken out this question, still have to write about activities and methods, but we've taken out this question and you're only going to write about it once right here. So this question is super important to have when you're writing your goals and objectives, because this question needs to match your goals and objectives. There needs to be some correlation somewhere that this goal was written in a way that your goals or this question was written in a way that your goals and objectives were in your mind. Okay, so last cycle, we kind of talked more about how are you going to effectively measure your goals and objectives? And what does that even look like? And how do I even do that? Because it's really weird to be like, oh, hey, I know you just had like the worst day of your life, but tell me how I helped you feel better. Don't do that. Well, do that. Let's just help you find a creative way to do that. So a feel-good way to do that, because that's horrible. So there are some things out there. When I was looking at answering this question for myself, when I was getting ready for this presentation, I re-researched, I re-looked up you know, things to maybe do, how to answer this question. Surveys is an old favorite, but not always practical. I wish I remembered the numbers, but for our own agency, we did a big project last year and we sent out surveys. We sent out thousands of surveys and only got a fraction back. Surveys aren't always great, especially when you're working with victims who, if they get a survey from your agency, it might get the victim in trouble, right? That's always a concern with surveys. So we need to find a way that you can report on the outcome and how your agency helped the victim without it being super difficult, without it being super invasive. Oh, I jumped ahead. Hopefully I'll remember to jump back. But when you look up stuff online, there was some stuff that was really helpful. OVC TTAC. I honestly just Googled measure impact of victim services and a bunch of stuff came up. Victimresearch.org came up and they had some cool out of the box ideas. There are some trainings out there you can attend to sort of answer the questions, you know, what do I want answered about what I'm doing as a victim service program, and how do I track and how do I measure that? What we're looking for is outcome. What we've had in the past is output. We're not so worried about the output. We know that you guys can do what you do. What we need to know is what are you doing that's effective, helpful, impactful. This is a huge thing for the federal government. They've been asking this question more and more. Some of you guys do this really, really great. If you're struggling to sort, how do I even start answering this question? Maybe send an email, phone call, you know, some of your buds out there and say, hey, did you see that goon out there talking about how he needed to measure? What are you guys doing? Do you have any ideas? Talk to other agencies and see. It is kind of hard for us to say because there's a lot of discretion in here, and UOVC can't say do this, this, and this right for every agency because you guys are also different. But you know, it is anecdotal data, which is okay. In the past, people have felt weird about it being anecdotal, but anecdotal is okay. Meaningful is subjective. What one victim gets to say was meaningful, another victim will say that it didn't help them at all. You know, there's always statistics that you can kind of, are there reduced visits or phone calls, and what are the reasons behind that? Oh, thank you, Vicki. Vicki put, we literally sent out 16,000 surveys and got 734 responses. Oh boy. So yeah, surveys aren't great. Sometimes they're great, not always. Are you able to work in vernacular? Are you able to work in words when you're in your conversation with a victim after, you know, whatever has happened that you want to measure, and just kind of, you know, how did that feel for you? You know, that anecdotal data is meaningful. That's part of what this could be, right? I'm throwing out ideas into the night, well, into the 3 o'clock hour. Okay, I got 15, well, maybe a little less than 15 minutes. Okay, I got to speed it up. All right. Okay. We know how many letters you send to victims, but like, are the letters really impactful and helpful? Anyway, this question is about answering that question. So are you bringing victims back to contact? I could talk all day. Okay. Methods that work for one agency might not work for another. Okay. All right, something else I want to also follow up on this one. As you're writing this narrative, I've said the word intentional. You do need to be very intentional with your answers here about how your different programs, if you're asking for more than one grant funding, these answers should be different for each grant. Your essay grant should be not very different. Your essay grant should be different than your essay, DV essay different, okay? VAWA different from maybe a VOCA SA grant. You get my drift. So like the narrative might be the place to address that. If you have multiple grants, you're applying for a sexual assault grant VOCA and a regular VOCA grant, and these sections are the same, you're going to get cut. We're not going to fund one or the other, or we're going to tell you to combine. We have to. That's just going to be the reality here, because this needs to be intentional and special. And yeah, so, okay. All right, I'm going to talk about coordination letters, and we could go to the next slide. Okay. I can be goofy most of the time. Sometimes I'm serious, but that's very rare. If I'm serious, crap's hitting the fan, and we better pull out our the big guys, but luckily it's okay right now. Today, this moment. It's probably not okay for a lot of you, actually. So that was sort of flippant. I'm sorry. Hopefully a little bit of levity will help a touch. It's just kind of who I am. Ugh, I'm one of those victims. Oh, I'm one of those people that if I was a victim, they'd be like, why are you laughing? And I'd be like, I don't know. It's a trauma response. Maybe that's it. I'm in trauma. Okay. Coordination letters. They sort of scare me. Just kidding. They're new. So I'm like, I better get this right. I better talk about this right. We realized that our letters for VOCA, our letters of support, were kind of meh as well. We wanted something more than meh. Like, you know, we're not meh. You guys are not meh. We're not meh. So let's not do meh anymore. These letters are taking the place of the VAWA Collaborative Project. You probably heard Mariah mention that, which for some of you, I hope you are like in celebration mode, because I hear that project used to be a little cumbersome. Okay, so for SASP, this is also a new requirement, but we feel like it's going to be super meaningful. All right, so I talked about before that coordination, collaboration is very important to all of our federal funding. It's also probably going to be important to other types of funding. So I did put on here a note that MDT CCR meetings don't count, but I wanted to mention, this is important. I don't want you to feel like, oh my gosh, can I not use my people? You can use your people. You can use the same partnering agencies. You can even do the form together. These forms just have to be filled out in a separate intentional meeting for this form, for this conversation, for this grant. There's a place for your partnering agencies to sign in date. You are required to meet before the grant gets submitted. I don't know what's going to happen if these letters aren't signed and attached and filled out correctly. I'm a little nervous that if these letters aren't signed and filled out correctly, that the grant. So I don't want to find out what that looks like, because these are pretty important, especially for VAWA and VOCA. Making a change, we want to make sure that people understand the enormity of how much focus we have to set aside or set on collaboration and coordination. So I would also suggest print out, save these letters like tonight or tomorrow, whenever the documents are available. Email your people like tomorrow and say, hey, let's get together, let's fill these out. So there's going to be questions on there that asks about determining a victim service, coordination, efforts. It's going to talk about times and dates that the planning meetings happened. You're going to describe efforts to strengthen victim service policy, procedure, process between your agencies. You're going to set up how to be successful, how it's going to be meaningful. There are some narrative boxes in there you're going to fill out. you're going to fill out one. So if you're applying for VOCA, regular VOCA, you're going to fill out one form for that grant. If you're applying for a VOCA, say a VOCA sexual assault grant, one for that VOCA grant. Wait, that's not going to happen. I believe they're going to put sexual assault. VOCA, they're going to put, you're probably going to go on state funding. Okay, so let's rewind a second. Let me use some different examples. VOCA, you're going to fill out one of these forms for your VOCA grant application. Then if you are applying for VAWA, you'll fill out one of these for your VAWA grant. I'll make it easy and just do funding instead. So you can fill out multiple forms. There has to be one separate form for each grant you're applying for. It's very important that they are specific to that grant, that VOCA grant, your program plan, your goals and objectives, your budget. Like this form needs to be for this grant. This form needs to be for this grant. That is very important. If you guys send copied, same, copy and pasted, and they're the same, it's not going to look good. So make sure that they're very intentional for each separate grant. Even if you do the form together, which you can with your partner, so your partner can use the form too, but it needs to be intentional for your partner's grant as well. So your partner's grant needs to be different than this grant, than that grant. So I hope that that makes sense. I really want to, I don't have a very good way to explain that that is what needs to be happening. But, you know, just make sure that program A, program B, program C, program A's grant coordination letter is different, but kind of the same than program B. And that if you're doing two grants over here, program C is different. So, okay, that was probably confusing. I hope somebody with more verbal fancy woohoo can, I don't know. Okay, so I didn't want you to think that you couldn't all get together if you work together regularly, because you can, but I'm just checking my notes, making sure, because we all now have experienced why I need notes. Oh, you're going to talk about estimates of cases, victims, referrals, all of that good stuff. Guesstimates, estimates are going to go in there. I do believe that we are going to look at the progress on these at some point. I'm not quite sure when, if it's going to be throughout the year or at the end of the year, but we are going to go back and revisit this. So make sure that the information that you put in here is, you know, reasonable, and people are going to be able to follow through and do it. And there's, you know, you're choosing stuff that you guys are doing that's, you know, worth doing together and makes sense that you're doing it together. Keep question 3 in mind when you do this. Reach out to somebody new, maybe that you haven't worked with before. Reach out to somebody that isn't grant funded. Make sure that it's somebody that's willing to do this with you. We have had people like, I don't remember you talking to me about that. So make sure that it's somebody that knows that they're doing. That's why we're requiring signatures. You know what? This might be a good time to mend a fence, build a bridge, throw some rocks in a river and be like, hey, this has kind of been crappy between us. Let's fix it. We need each other. Maybe get together and have a conversation about, gee, in the past this hasn't worked so well, but let's try to reconnect. This is kind of the point, is for that collaboration. It opens up the space for those, you know, conversations to start happening again, hopefully. And it's very important for our victims who need us. It's like mom and dad aren't talking, right? We need mom and dad to talk because I'm hungry and I need some food. And mom brings the eggs and dad brings the milk. Dang it. So work it out. Okay. I described my last point, so I won't reiterate it to you. And oh yeah, okay, get going on it today. That would be my advice to you, is email your people and say, oh man, did you hear that they're asking us to do this? Okay, I think we can go to the next slide. Agency capacity, hopefully is going to be pretty easy. There are some new questions on here as well. This is where reading and answer the question that is being asked is important. The one thing I do want to mention on this slide is in red, it says new. You're going to talk to us in these questions about your finance people and your programmatic people. So the people that are doing the goals and objectives and the people that are doing the budget. In the past, we haven't asked for a job description from the people that are kind of the finance staff. We've only asked for the grant funded staff, but we are asking for a job description for anybody who touches the grant. If they poke the grant a little, they supervise somebody, they do the finance, we need a job description. This is the place where you're going to talk to us about how your agency makes sure that the people that are working on the grant or working on the projects that, you know, assist the grant or lend to the grant. How do you make sure that those people are qualified? So talk to us about that. That's one of the new questions. I think we can go on to the next slide because I haven't even talked about. Okay, providing effective record of providing effective services. So this section isn't new. If you're a returning subgrantee, you'll recognize this. Although the process, oh, I'm on my wrong notes. Geez, you guys, I'm sorry, my brain. Okay, so for record of providing effective services, there is nothing to attach. So this is new. In the past, we've wanted 2 years of goals and objectives attached in order to show that your program was meeting those goals and objectives. New people, you'll talk to us about that and explain what's happening there. For returners, you are going to talk to us about each goal, each objective, whether you met it, whether you didn't, and tell us why. And it's okay, just tell us why. You can do it percentages, you can give us actual numbers. Just keep in mind, we also have access to your grants, so we know the answers. So don't try to pull the wool over there, buddy boy. Talk to us about if you overshot your goals. Change your numbers. If you overshoot, change your number, make it more realistic. If you undermeet, you're not quite meeting, this is the time to change your numbers, change your goals, make sure they're all effective, you know, do your changes right now. Okay. And there's another question about volunteers. You're going to just tell us about how you use volunteers. So tell us if you took a match waiver or you're going to take the match waiver. Just kind of tell us about your volunteers. All right, next slide. Additional resources. So as you might have guessed or gleaned, we have spent some time with other funding agencies this last little while. We kind of do in general, but I just kind of want you to know that we sort of know some of the answers to these questions, but we need you to tell the committees, we need you to put in the application all of your funding that is going towards victim services. So read and answer the questions that are in here. You're going to indicate a percentage of your budget funded by UOVC grant funds. And then you're going to talk to us about every single dollar that goes towards victim services as a whole in your agency. There are two different questions. UOVC grant funds is a separate question. All other dollars that go towards victim services. So, you know, talk to us about other state funding or other expected state funding, other federal funding. Put down any city or county, put down any donated time. Wait, does that go on here? Am I getting loopy? I probably am getting loopy. Anything that's dollars and cents, y'all. Okay, put that in here. In this, I think it's the next slide that shows us. Yeah, I think it's the next slide, Maddie. Will you go there? Okay. This part of our system is not very victim friendly. Oh boy. I am getting loopy. I don't know, you might be feeling like a victim right now. This part of our system is not very user friendly. Where sometimes it's hard to know if do I hit the save button? Where do I add this in? So that it says adds each new resource to list. There's kind of a blue circle and a red arrow. You have to click that button to add each new resource. So if you have 7 resources, additional resources, you're going to hit that button 7 times and it will add down below in the gray area. It'll just boom, 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 boom. Sometimes people hit the save button at the bottom and then all their work disappears. And then you cry and you're mad at me and I don't blame you and you want to kill me and I don't blame you, but I'm here to nicely and gently tell you, please hit that blue circled add resource button. Yes, thank you. It's weird. I don't like this about our system. It's not very user friendly. Okay. I think that we can do program plan next. Thank you, Maddie. So the system looks pretty much the same if you're a past user, if you're a brand new person. The goals, I've listed kind of where the goals live in the system and then where the objectives live in the system. Each grant, VOCA VAWA SASP, is a little bit different. This is an example of, I believe it's a VOCA grant. VOCA only has 6 goals. VAWA has 15 goals and VAWA has 20 and SASP has 15 goals. So in your goals section, if you are applying for VOCA and you have a bunch of goals, you're probably on the wrong grant. Make sure you're on the right grant. Okay. So I think there's a couple of examples here. I think we see an example of SASP and an example of VAWA. Okay. So you're going to choose your goal and then you're going to choose your objective. The system, I think we can go to the next slide, Maddie. I think there's a little more. Okay, yeah. Choose your goal. Okay, this is an example of a SASP grant where there's 15. So choose your goal. You're gonna check mark the little circle and it's gonna open up your objectives. The system is gonna call objectives, I don't know, goal type. It's something kind of dumb. It'll open up a list of objectives for you over on the left. And then you're gonna choose your objectives and you're gonna move them over into the box on the right. And once you get in there and play with it, it'll come. You kind of have to click the objective and hit that little red, where the bottom red arrow is pointing. There's a little arrow that's pointing that way. You move them over. So that's system wise, that's how you get them over there. I wanted to just really quick address, oh crap, I went over. Okay, really quick. I wanted to just address a couple of things. Make sure when you're picking your goals and objectives, you're picking correctly, victims, services, or other. Sometimes people choose victims and then they report services. And so your numbers are really, really high throughout the year. Make sure your system is, your tracking system is set up to track all of this. There's a lot of tracking in federal money. If you're looking at all this stuff you have to keep track of and you don't have the capability, either find the capability or it can be super overwhelming. We do have to do sort of like an agency pre-check to make sure that you have the, the ability to track and do all of this. So just know that if you get federal funding from the office, that we do have to check and make sure that you can keep track of all of this. I think we can go to the next slide really quick. And you know what? When I talked to you guys earlier about VOCA, I raced through because I was so excited and forgot on the PMT, I had something added on the PMT. So if that PMT doesn't make sense to you, it doesn't apply to you. I had instructions added on the PMT, the VOCA required questions. So there should be some questions answered there. There were also questions about whether you pick 6 goals, or little, 3 goals. What do I know? How do I know what to pick as far as goals go? It's sort of discretion. It's sort of, if you're a big agency, you're probably going to have 6 goals. If you're a smaller agency, 1 person, 2 people, you might have 3 goals. So there is a little bit of discretion. Sometimes we do come back to you during revisions. We want to be able to fund your agency, but you've got way too much stuff in your goals and objectives. And sometimes we do come back and say, you got to cut it down, buddy. It's too much. So give us enough to know the meat and potatoes of what's important about what you're going to be doing for victims, but don't give us so much that it blends out, it blahs out the important stuff. You don't need to add a whole bunch of objectives. I think Mariah said this. We don't have to know that's everything that's allowable. You don't have to put every single thing, every objective in there. Make it meaningful. If you were reviewing your own application, would it feel like it's too much? That might be a good answer, a good question to ask yourself. Also ask yourself, would you know what you're asking to do with this grant money? If it's burdensome to track for everybody, don't do it. We don't need that in any of the grants. We don't need you to just track every single thing. This isn't the place for that. Sometimes in our federal reporting, we'll ask what you're doing each quarter. All right, keep number 7, question narrative, number 7 in mind. I kind of talked about that a little bit, keeping those questions handy while you're filling out your goals and objectives and your budget. All of that needs to make sense. It needs to match. It needs to lend to each other. Remember the effectiveness, how are you going to measure effectiveness from the goals and objectives has been moved to question 7. If you are future you coming into this grant, will you be able to just pick it up and know what needs to be done? Also keep in mind any reduction of staff, if you've taken your match off, if you're reducing your grant fund ask, make sure that if you usually put in 1,000 services and you reduced your grant 25%, that you're reducing. So kind of keep those numbers in mind. That tip is important for any of your federal reports, especially the VOCA required information or the PMT. Keep that in mind as well. Make sure that you're only doing grant funded staff and stuff and staff. Make sure that it's only grant allowed. Okay. We're looking for reasonable, unduplicated numbers. You'll have to show the auditors how you come up with your numbers and what you're going to report in the future. So make sure that you're not counting maybe this volunteer does this, and then you're recounting those numbers again. Make sure that everything is separate and in their own section. Okay, I think we can go to the next slide, which I think is my last slide, you guys. Oh no, we were on my last slide. Okay, well, that's cool. Make sure you fill out for both years. And I'm actually kind of sad that I have to stop talking to you, but you're probably not. And make sure that these are the goals you want, because they're not changeable. And I think we are going to Dale, Mariah, and Melissa. Okay, thanks for letting me talk to you today. I hope it helps.
Well, hi everyone. Danette Stenger, and I'm back to talk about the application budget. Thanks for sticking it out with us today. I know it's been a long day and a lot of information, but thank you for being with us towards the end of the day, and I'm going to work to get you close to the finish line. So a lot has changed this year. This application budget, as you guys know, if you've been on a VAWA or SASP budget, they have recently moved to the same fiscal year as VOCA. And so we're combining these trainings together. So I know a lot of this has been mentioned multiple times, but our attendees have been popping in and out of different breakouts. So as I go through my slides, I want to cover everything, but not be too redundant. I hope as we've gotten to this point, you've kind of seen how all this information you learned about today links together. You learned about funding priorities and budget cuts and limitations and program purposes and allowable costs. And then Polly's just talked us through program plans and how to write your application. And I'm going to get you to that last step, which is doing your budget and your budget justification. Remember, this is a 2-year budget. So these funding periods are sprinkled throughout all of the materials, but it is July 1st, 2023 through June 30th of 2025. It's a 2-year cycle, but you need to do your grant budgets separately. So you'll do a year 1 and a year 2 budget. And just keep in mind all of the things that you've learned today as you have gone through this training. Maddie, would you click on that budget instructions link right there? So I'm going to just briefly talk about how to create your budget, but please use this budget instructions link. That's good, Maddie. Just wanted them to see it briefly. It goes through everything step by step, how to create a budget and all of that. So as you are creating it, please review these instructions that are very detailed, far more detailed than I can go into today. Okay, Maddie, next slide. Thank you. Okay, so as you're creating your budget, use your resources, use those application instructions that have been written for you, and then use those policies, the GSA, the state travel policy, those in-state pre-approved training, and then that budget instructions that Maddie just showed all of us. It's highly recommended you follow along with these budget instructions as you create your budget. Okay, next slide. Hopefully this looks familiar to you if you are a current grant subrecipient, but it's going to be very similar to how you're doing your payment requests. You're going to create your budget inside of the budget tab. And so you can see that I have the word budget circled in the top left-hand corner. That's where you create your budget. When you get to the point, I'm ready to do my budget, start in that budget tab. And you can see that there's a drop down. Be sure to create a year 1 and a year 2 budget, and you do that by using the drop down. As you are working on your budget, the amounts are going to be auto-calculating, so you can keep track of how much you have allocated to this grant. You'll see indirect costs being calculated. If you choose match, you'll see your match amounts. So it works really great. You'll be using the same icon that you're currently using in the GMS system, or if you're new, instructions are very detailed in those applications or the budget instructions. The little eye icon allows you to see all of the details for that individual category, and the plus sign allows you to open up a detail tab. Okay, go ahead and go to the next slide. Perfect. Okay, I just chose 2 categories to give you an example of what it looks like once you're inside of those details. So I chose personnel and training because they're really different, but they're similar as well. For each item that you enter, you'll choose the funding source. So if you're asking for federal funds, that's federal. In kind, we all know what in kind is, but it's donations, and cash match is something that you're going to use agency funds for. If you are writing a grant and you're using the available match waiver, everything you put in will be under federal. So, and then training, I love this training slide because it shows how you're entering registration costs, you're entering per diem amounts, hotel costs, and it is helping you build that training budget. And again, the instructions include definitions and instructions for each category. So please use those and they'll be very helpful to you. Okay, I'm just going to skim over some of the highlights that you've heard today, or maybe you haven't heard today for each category. So personnel, those are agency staff that are responsible for carrying out the grant allowable tasks. If they're not hired, you can put new. You're going to enter their title, their funding source, all of that. The one thing I want to be really clear on that is a change this year is that we're not collecting any hourly wage information. Everything is going to be based on a yearly salary. So these definitions, total agency salary is their total salary from all funding sources. So their total salary. And then grant or match yearly salary is the amount you're requesting from this grant funding. So again, I'm going to highlight, you can group identical positions together, but please follow the guidance we've given today regarding those meaningful FTEs, which are 0.25% funded or above. And when you put in the amounts, it needs to represent all of the people that you've grouped together. Okay. Okay, highlights from Fringe. You guys all know Fringe, and these instructions are really detailed. But what I want to be very clear on with Fringe that we sometimes see mistakes on is that your Fringe costs have to be equal or less to your personnel costs. So, for example, if an employee is 75% grant funded, you can request 75% or less of their Fringe benefit costs. And before you put in Fringe costs, enter the personnel first, because you're going to be using a little search feature. So when you search for them, you're going to look for their name exactly as you entered it as a personnel. In order to get Fringe costs, you have to be on the personnel budget. Okay. Travel, we've talked about travel today, but you have to review the resources we provided. I think the newest changes that we're allowing you to group together those in-state pre-approved trainings, that's really great. But one thing I want everyone to understand is that your rates have to be standard across all of your funding sources and applied equally to grant and non-grant funded personnel. And your travel costs must be necessary and reasonable. So just because VOCA will pay a certain amount for mileage reimbursement, your agency has to pay that same mileage reimbursement out of their private funds. So it has to be equal across all grant funding sources. And you cannot exceed the GSA rates, and those are linked in these documents. Okay, so again, separate out travel for training and conferences from your victim service related travel, and the amounts need to be reasonable and provide a complete justification. Again, no out-of-state travel. Okay, equipment. One thing about equipment, I want to make sure I have my notes, that equipment, we are not allowing the purchase of new equipment on this grant cycle. Just funds have been depleted so much that this is not an area of focus for UOVC at this time. But just so you know, equipment is an item that's non-expendable with an acquisition cost of $5,000 or more per unit. If it's under $5,000, it's a supply. But you can use equipment for match, but there will be no equipment purchases this year. But I did think it was important for everyone to understand it and how prorating works for equipment. Okay, supplies, we've talked about this. You can group things together like office supplies and training supplies. I know that can be very difficult to understand or to decide how you want to put that on your budget, but you could put it by the amount that you're going to purchase in one purchase, or the amount that you're going to purchase during one billing period, or you could do it over the course of the grant, but just be very clear the total amount that you want to request under supplies. But if you have large items, they must be listed separately and clearly identified, and they must be something expendable or consumed during the course of the project. I want to just reference back to the thing I talked about earlier with victims tracking systems have to be prorated, and I've given that same example in the budget instructions as well. Make sure if you're purchasing something large like a data management system that it's prorated across all of your grants. Okay, and then we are going to be limiting or not allowing new ongoing expenses like cell phones, utilities, victim tracking systems. And just remember that the office supplies must be consumed during the course. And this is good practice, not only for when you're writing your grant, but also when you're managing your grant. So if you tell us that it's going to cost you $200 worth of office supplies to run your program, but you wait until June to purchase $200 worth of office supplies, those are things that we look at for the next year. So if you need a supply, purchase it early in your grant cycle and utilize it throughout the life of that grant. Okay, contracted fees. Please review the instructions in both for your individual grant and the budget justification or the budget instructions. But contracted fees, they generally are things like mental health, legal assistance, interpreters. When you fill in the budget amount for these, you have to name the contractor or the organization, and there is an hourly or daily rate, which is $81.25 an hour or $6.50 a day. There are cases where people have negotiated another rate. If you are one of those agencies, provide that documentation with your grant. But all rates must be clearly stated and broken down on individual lines, and we've been seeing some issues with this. So maybe for mental health, you have one fee when it's in school, and you might have one fee associated when it is a group therapy session and another one when it's individual therapy. And those need to be really clearly articulated. And cancellations and no-shows do need to be paid at a lower rate. And as a reminder, there is no training, travel, equipment, or supplies for contractors. And you're going to need to show a lot of explanation for the hours and why this is necessary. Okay, next slide. Okay, training, we've talked about this, but I'll just, again, don't use to be determined. You can use the in-state preferred list. Those things are all great. And trainings do cover hotels, per diem hotels, staff, all of that type of things. It's interesting when you start putting those numbers in, you'll put in number of days, number of people, and you'll kind of have to put your numbers in and then click save and see how it calculates it, because certain fields will multiply certain numbers. So kind of play around with that a little bit until it gets exactly where you want it to be. Make sure you don't exceed those approved amounts. And just want to briefly touch on registration for virtual trainings that are held out of state are allowable, but you cannot travel out of state and attend those trainings, even if the cost for in-person registration is the same as the virtual. There's absolutely no out-of-state training allowable. Okay, I'm going to briefly go over the other category. So other is monies that are allocated to assist victims of crime for emergency purposes, and they don't fit into other categories. These can be emergency funds, that's like clothing, food. This is the only place that food is allowable on VOCA when it's directly related to a crime victimization and it's temporary. Shelter, transportation. It is also the place that you will request direct aid, or what we might call a housing program. So that is rent, moving expenses, vital documents, relocation, travel costs that are directly related to the immediate effects of being a victim of a crime and getting people over, alleviating the financial burden of being a victim of a crime. So if you are already a housing program, you should really understand already those limitations and guidelines, but it does have quite a few limitations, like no mortgages, no debt, no fines, no fees, no late charges, but it is meant to be low barrier and directly related to helping victims obtain housing. So before you ask for emergency funds or direct aid or housing, make sure you have a policy specifically regarding these. types of funds and how they'll be dispersed. That will be required to be uploaded in the file section. And you need to address if you use gift cards, vouchers, bus passes, any of those other expenses, how they'll be purchased, tracked, and dispersed. And here's a little tip: you can't bill for them until they are actually provided to the client. So you can't purchase bus passes and bill the grant for them. You would have to bill the grant for them when the bus pass is actually provided to the client. If you already have emergency funds, you can't relocate those to another category. And we are asking that you don't ask for an amount higher than you already are receiving. And you have to follow all the federal specific rules in the aforementioned sections. Okay, so it's going to be awarded based on your prior year expenditures and your demonstrated need. And then this is another little paragraph about housing funds, how it can exceed your amount, and you need to demonstrate the need in the budget justification form. Okay, I keep thinking I'm on my last slide and then there's more. Indirect costs. Okay, so Polly talked about this in the application and I mentioned it earlier today, but if you indicate that your agency is taking indirect costs in the applicant info tab, so you'll either be taking the 10% de minimis rate or your federally negotiated rate. If you're doing your federally negotiated rate and it's very specific which categories it pulls from, send us that letter because we're going to have to kind of custom create your formula for your budget. So let us know that as soon as possible. And it will be your responsibility as an agency to send us that letter and then to renew it and send us your renewal letter as soon as your agency has that available. And this is a list of things that indirect costs should cover. And then we have a little sentence about the modified total direct cost rate as well. Okay, so budget justification form. This is really the part I want to talk about. I kind of tried to skim over everything else. I want to get you out of here on time. But your budget justification form is really, really important. It's your friend. Think of it as the narrative section for your budget. And it's a place where you can provide justification for what you need and why you need it and how it connects to your program plan. It's going to be uploaded as an attachment and it's so extremely important. And I will show you what it looks like this year and give you some tips on how to best use it. There's a link in here, but it will be part of the file section on the grant system. Right, next page, Maddie. Okay, so the budget justification form looks a little different this year, and I want to talk about that. It's an Excel document, and the budget justification form provides vital information regarding your proposed budget and should include a detailed narrative about the proposed use of funds. This form includes 3 parts. The summary tab, which should be filled out first using financial information from your current award, your year 1 and your year 2 proposed budgets from your application. And then once the summary tab is complete, you're going to fill out the year 1 and year 2 budget tab details. If you're a VOCA applicant, you also need to fill out the match information. So let's talk about that for a minute. So what is your current award amount and where do you find it? We rely on you to do a good job to accurately provide this information to us. So where do you find it and how do you enter it? There's a little table that's going to help walk you through it. VOCA, it's really easy. It's your year 2 amount. Where do you find it? On your current budget ledger. If you look on the budget and balance tab at the top, is your entire budget broken down by category. It's your year 2 amounts as they were awarded. So you're going to take those amounts and just type them right into the current budget amounts. Really simple. So VOCA and SASP are simple too, but you're going to need to think just a little bit deeper about it. Pay close attention to those requested dates. So you're responsible for providing this information accurately, but as you're aware, if you're a VAWA or SASP subgrantee, this last cycle was switched from calendar year to fiscal year, and there was a budget extension. We want your current award amount to be your last complete grant year before the extension. So this is January, and it says right here in this table, January 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022. So it's a calendar year. And this amount is on your budget ledger, that's your year 2 budget ledger. If you have questions about that, you can reach out to your program administrator. But again, it is your last complete year from January to December before the extension, and you're going to input those amounts. If you have questions, please ask, because this is important. If you are a new agency, your current award amount is 0 because you don't have a current award amount. So that's easy as well. Okay, so before you put in your year 1 and your year 2 amounts, your budget needs to be finalized before you move on to this step. And then you just enter those amounts in. And again, at the bottom, the match total. So as you do that, it's going to start doing math for you. We're all going to love that. Your SME committees are going to love that math, we hope. And we're going to be able to see the differences per category, per award, and it's going to be very helpful. So we're excited about that. But because we are focused on the math this year, it is an Excel document, which isn't quite as user-friendly as maybe Word. So you'll see that there's a tab that says Year 1 Budget Details. And those have 2 questions. They're the similar questions you've answered before, which are explain in detail the financial changes and include increases or decreases to your proposed budget category. So you'll answer that question first. Did this category go up or down, and why? And then your next question is explain and justify the need for this expense. And some of those have a little bit more to them, but that is where you're going to write out and justify the bulk of your budget information. And because this is Excel, some of the fields are limited, but we have given you an extra tab, which is called Notes, that is unlocked, and you can add extra information in there if you need to. But if you're using the Notes tab, make sure that you say like continued in Notes tab if you run out of room. We tried to give you as much room as possible on this budget justification. So, okay, we can move on to the next sheet. Thanks, Maddie. This is my last slide, but I want to end with some budget justification tips. So there are no extra points for lots of words. In fact, if you're thinking about an SME, being on an SME committee and thinking about reading these grants, it's quite a bit of reading, but it's important. But sometimes it's easy to think the more I write, the more I'll be able to explain. But we ask you to be clear, concise, and transparent. So using this opportunity to explain things clearly, but when possible, be I don't want to say brief, but be concise. Before I came to this position, I did have an opportunity to sit on several SME committees. And one of the things I saw frequently is we ask you to explain in the budget justification to address any supplanting concerns. That is written to every single cell. Explain any explain any supplanting concerns. And the most common thing that people write is, this is not supplanting. And that is not adequate information. That doesn't explain why it's not supplanting, and it's not very helpful. So I thought about this as I was preparing for this training. What do we want to look for? So I wrote up a couple of examples of how you would explain if something is supplanting or not. So for example, if someone is being funded exactly as previously, you would write that out. This staff is currently funded by this grant at the same rate as requested in this application. So you're saying they were already VOCA funded, they're going to continue to be VOCA funded. That's not supplanting. There will be times, especially during these changes in the budget, that there's going to be some movement of staff as you are putting people towards more meaningful FTEs, or if you are one of those special victimization types that are getting state funding, and you're taking that opportunity to move some of your staff over onto that really reliable state funding and to allow for the necessary VOCA cuts, you are going to have to explain that. So an example of that is our agency previously employed 2 part-time 0.5 FTE staff. We've consolidated it to 1 grant-focused person who will be full-time and do the exact same work, program plan, and use the same funding as 2 part-time staff previously did. So you're explaining where the funding came from, where it's going. If that was going down, you would explain it. If you're moving someone to another funding source, explain it. It's so helpful. It's really going to serve you well. Another example, if you're asking for an increase, we are requesting a $300 increase in fringe for this staff due to rising fringe costs. The fringe is paid at the same rate of 75% of funds as previously awarded, but costs have increased. To offset this increase, we are lowering our supplies budget by $300 and will seek out donated office supplies or find other funding for this item. So you're explaining why something went up, how it's not asking for more percentage to be paid. So these are some examples of how you explain out your budget. Another example is if you have secured other funding sources, if you have a budget cut, we are requesting 50% less mental health funds this cycle, as we will be moving those services to state and private funds. Our program plan has decreased by the same rate in this category. So I just thought of a couple of sentences that can replace those famous, not very helpful words. This is not supplanting. So the last thing I want to leave you with is the importance of your budget justification form. It is reviewed during the SME process. It helps people that don't know anything about your agency have a clear picture of how you're using the funds. And when I've done SMEs, it's one of the things that I find the most helpful. But it's also used throughout the lifetime of your award by both your grant analyst and also auditors to determine if costs are allowable. So can I buy this? Can I do this? Was it on your grant? Did you ask for these things? So I look at my grant, my subgrantees' budget justifications all the time. They're very helpful, but it also is helpful for your internal use. We know that staff turnover happens, and sometimes you get extra help. And when someone comes in and they're trying to maintain and manage your grants, a lot of times they don't know what the original purpose of these funds were. So it is very helpful. It helps SME, it helps UOVC staff, and it will help your staff. So I cannot encourage you strongly enough to use your budget justification. It's a great opportunity to inform, to educate, to help people understand, and to justify all of this great work that you've done to get your grant application to the point that it has been. So this is my last slide. It's been great to spend some time with you today, and I'm going to pass off to, I don't know who, we'll see.
It's me, Danette. Thank you very much, Danette. And we are now moving on to the last section of this training. That's going to be water skiing over our certified assurances and grant conditions. So I just want to say congratulations if you made it this far. I know it's been a long day, and Tally wanted me to relay to you guys that our agenda does say this is supposed to end at 4:30. And so she just wanted me to remind everyone, if you have to jump off, this is recorded. We will finish this. If you guys need to jump off for other commitments, please feel free to do so. The slides will be available on our website. The instructions are available on our website. There is a whole bunch of information on there, and you will be able to see this recording. So this last section, you'll hear from me, Mariah, and Melissa. We'll be going over your certified assurances and grant conditions, and then we'll finish up with the required files and additional attachments, and then Tally will jump on quickly at the end just to wrap things up. So if you want to move on to the next slide. Okay, so the certified assurances, there is one master copy on the website. And like I just said, this is a highlight and not an in-depth training of your certified assurances. The in-depth training will come up during the grant management training, which we typically have in August. But there's about 50 pages of certified assurances and grant conditions that will need to be reviewed and signed by your agency prior to accepting any awarded funding with our office. So upon entering into the grant agreement, each applicant agency must agree to the certified assurances and grant conditions. Section A is the certified assurances, and that follows the federal financial and reporting requirements regarding contracts with the federal government. The grant conditions are the specific requirements of UOVC and VOCA VAWA SASP while managing the grant. Section C, special conditions, are just additional conditions applying to the grant. Section D is specific grant conditions, so the specific conditions to SASP, to VAWA, or to VOCA. Section E is the Office for Civil Rights, ensuring equitable access to services and enforcement of civil rights. And Section F is the additional forms and signing, such as the EEOP, rape crisis mandate, and indirect costs. It is required that the agency's authorized official read and sign these documents. However, it is highly encouraged that all those who are responsible for making decisions for your grant programs also read and understand the requirements. We do get a lot of, when we're doing our desk reviews, Wendy and Bree, things come up in those desk reviews, and we do hear a lot that, hey, I didn't know that I was supposed to do this, or I didn't know I was responsible for that. But then it turns out that they are in our certified assurances, and your agency did sign those in agreement. So just something to keep in mind there. If you want to move on to the next slide, I think Mariah's going to come in here and talk about confidentiality.
Okay, yeah. So as Dale mentioned, I'm not going to get any specifics there. As you're aware, we have many pages of certified assurances. We just picked out a few slides of ones that we want to draw your attention to, especially as you're going through them. Some that may require some policies soon after being given awards. So that we want to just draw your attention to them really quick. There are a few different ones within the certified assurances and grant conditions in regards to confidentiality, personal identifying information, and then victim releases. So just a quick, you must have a written procedure in place to respond to a breach of PII, and also that you have to report that PII to UOVC within 24 hours of an occurrence of a breach. As far as the confidentiality provision and victim release forms, just make sure to read through that provision. Again, the training will come later on this condition, but just a reminder that that is very important. Victim information being protected is very important to the feds, to us, and to the victims. So next slide. Civil rights. So there will be a training available on the UOVC website within 2 weeks of this training. So please go to the website under trainings and you'll see civil rights. But briefly, this condition prohibits discrimination of subgrantees and saying that you have to have written procedures in place to address discrimination complaints. Next slide. Your language access plans. Again, there will be a language access training. I think these are being developed right now or just finished, and then we just have to get them put on the website. So it's very close, but give us 2 weeks and then we will have a language access training also available on the UOVC website. But subgrantees who are given an award from our office should have a language access policy. And if you just look there under number 2, A through F, there are many things that are expected to be within that policy. I know that there are templates that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. So if there's sample policies that you would like to request from our office, you can reach out to Hildy or to any of the program managers, and we can get you in set up with at least a sample policy that you can look at. Okay, back to Dale.
Thanks, Mariah. So this slide here is talking about SAM and employment eligibility verification. And Polly did touch base on this earlier, but the requirements related to the system for award management, also known as SAM, and unique identity identifiers. So the DUNS numbers have been replaced by the unique identity identifiers, UEI. There is some information on sam.gov on how to find your UEI and the registration process in general. And if Maddie, I don't know if will you see if that link works real quick and we can just take a quick look at the SAM. And there should be like a pop-up there that shows, yeah, it's telling you right here, as of April 4th, 2022, they did switch over to UEI from DUNS. And then it gives you a whole list of what you need to do, how you register if you're not registered for SAM, but this is a requirement. Okay, Maddie, we can go back to the slide. And the second part, the employment eligibility, it mainly just refers to making sure you're screening who you're hiring with your agency, and that you're not hiring undocumented people under this award. And again, if you're looking at certified assurances and grant conditions, this would be under section A on pages 3 and 13. Finalization of the contract. So this part states that the grantee shall submit the contract within 90 days of the contract beginning date. Funds authorized through the request for proposal and final approval processes may be null and void after the 90-day period. This is required for VOCA, VAWA, and SASP. We do want to stress that this is very important and reiterate to you guys that people have lost their grants because they didn't get their revisions in on time. They didn't get their award letters signed on time. And you do have 90 days from July 1st to get this done. So please keep that in mind when it's time for us to get the awards out there and we're asking for revisions. We're asking for you to sign your certified assurances and your award letters, that you take that pretty seriously, because once you pass the 90 days, everything could become null and void. And this would be on page 27 in section B of your grant conditions. And I will turn this back over to Maria.
Okay. So activities that compromise victim safety. So this one I am going to spend just a minute talking about instead of breezing over it. This should not be familiar or unfamiliar for VAWA and SASP subgrantees. This has been in our certified assurances passed down from OVW for years and years and years. This is new and in the certified assurances for VOCA this cycle, and it will be continuing. It is just really good practice. And so UOVC has adopted these prohibited activities across all of our grants, VOCA, VAWA, and SASP. So I am going to just go through them briefly. Procedures or policies that exclude victims from receiving safe shelter, advocacy services, counseling, and other assistance based on their actual or perceived age, immigration status, race, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, mental health condition, physical health condition, criminal record, work in the sex industry, relationship to the perpetrator, or the age and or gender of their children. Procedures or policies that compromise the confidentiality of information and privacy of persons receiving UOVC funded services. Offering perpetrators the option to enter pretrial diversion programs or placing batters in anger management programs. Requiring mediation or counseling for couples as a systemic response to domestic violence or sexual assault, or in situations in which sexual abuse is alleged. Requiring victims to report sexual assault, stalking, or domestic violence crimes to law enforcement, or forcing victims to participate in criminal proceedings. Relying on court-mandated batter intervention programs that do not use the coercive power of the criminal justice system to hold batterers accountable for their behavior. Or supporting policies or engaging in practices that impose restrictive conditions to be met by the victim in order to receive services. For example, attending counseling, seeking an order of protection, or any of those things like that. So these are prohibited activities. They do compromise victim safety. And again, this will apply, it's in your certified assurances grant conditions, and it applies to all VOCA, VAWA, and SASP grant funds. Next slide. Okay. There are a few special conditions. We just want to highlight quickly 2 of them. And the first one is that the subgrantee will ensure that they will provide services at no charge throughout the grant funded project. And then the, I just lost my screen. Okay. And then the second one is that the subrecipient agrees that if it has an open federal or state funds or award, or it receives a federal or state award other than the UOVC award, that those funds have been either in part or in whole for one or more of the identical costs for which those funds have been provided under the UOVC grant. So if you're being paid by like a UOVC award, and then you receive another federal or a state award for the same cost or for the identical cost item, you would need to notify your grant manager, and you'll probably most likely be asked to do a budget amendment to take that off, because that would be a duplication of funding and inappropriate. Okay, next slide. Okay, again, there are several VAWA specific grant conditions, just going to briefly touch on 2 of them. The public disclaimer, if there are any pamphlets or anything, make sure that your public disclaimer is on there. The actual wording is right there on this slide, and it's also in your certified assurances. And then this response to workplace related incident of sexual misconduct, domestic violence, and dating violence. This is new within the last 2 years. It comes from OVW, so it is a condition that is on VAWA and SASP subgrantees. They must have a written policy that will address certain things. So there are lots of resources on this. There's sample policy. There's resources on a website from OVW. There's a training that I did. There's a training that OVW did. So there's lots of resources when it comes to the time that grant awards are made. We will definitely be making sure that there is a policy in place and it addresses all of the things that are required. Next slide.
Okay, and then I will briefly touch on these 2 VOCA specific grant conditions. So there's typically a lot of confusion sometimes that comes about when people are like, we're talking about reporting, and there's reporting on your goals and objectives through our Utah GMS website, and that's for us. Those are very important. But then there's also some information that the federal government needs, and you will be submitting through their OJP website. The first one is when we get your award up and going. The subgrantee agrees to submit a subgrant award report, or a SAR. You guys will hear this talk about that a lot. For each subgrantee of the VOCA Victim Assistance Fund within 90 days of awarding funds to subgrantees. So that SAR is, we use the VOCA required questions document to create that SAR. And we do help you guys with that. We typically fill out the first part, and then you guys will fill out the second part, and we can get that submitted. The second part here is all about your quarterly performances and your quarterly reports with the PMT system. So the subgrantee agrees to submit performance reports on the performance metrics identified by OVC and in the time and manner required by OVC, namely in the OVC PMP platform. This information on the activities supported by the award funding will assist assessing the effects the VOCA Victim Assistance Funds have had on services to crime victims within the jurisdiction. So they take this on a nationwide level, and this is what the federal government uses to look at what's going on with the money, who's getting the money, how it's being used, and what that looks like on a quarter-to-quarter basis. And with that, I will turn it over to Melissa in the next slide for SASP.
Thank you, Dan. So the SASP specific grant conditions are all listed here. There are 5 of them, but we've actually already reviewed all of these in depth. And so, as Mariah said, the disclaimer and number 5, the response to workplace related incidences is the same as VAWA. And we reviewed the rest of these through the SASP application section, so I won't do that now. Again, you can find these in your certified assurances. Okay, next slide. The next 2 forms we will discuss require either an acknowledgement that they do not apply to your agency or that the agency is in compliance. The first is the Rape Crisis Counselor mandate. This is a mandate for nonprofit organizations that provide rape crisis services, and in order to be covered under the Confidential Communications for Sexual Assault Act, staff and volunteers must receive a minimum of 40 hours of sexual assault related training. This training must be provided by a rape crisis center or the state's sexual assault coalition. Be sure to reach out to UCASA for information on when those are available or to determine if a particular training that you are looking at meets the standards for certification. If your organization is not in current compliance with this mandate, there is a 90-day extension option. This should be submitted in the form of a letter with a detailed plan on bringing all staff and volunteers to compliance. Okay, next slide. The next form is a new requirement in our certified assurances this year. It is the Privileged Communication with Victim Advocate mandate. This requires that any staff and volunteer working for a nonprofit or government organization receiving funding for direct victim services must receive 40 hours of trauma-informed training. While this requirement is new to our certified assurances, the training requirement legislation actually passed back in 2019. If you would like more clarifying information on the specifics of privileged communications with a victim advocate, we do encourage you to read the statute that is provided here. UOVC is the authority on approving or providing specific trauma-informed care training For a list of approved 40-hour trainings, please see the UOVC website. That's also linked here. Many of these trainings your organizations are already doing with your advocates. UOVC has the Utah Victim Assistance Academy. UCASA has the Sexual Assault Counselor training, and this actually certifies both of these two mandates. And then UWC does have the core advocacy training. Again, if your organization needs more time to meet the training requirement, a 90-day extension is also available. And for both of these forms mentioned, they should be signed by the authorized official. Next slide.
Okay, thanks, Melissa. So I kind of feel like I'm a broken record here with these certified assurances and grant conditions, but it's important to stress here that the certified assurances and grant conditions are no longer required upon submission of the grant application. We used to require that they were signed by your authorized official during the application and submittal process, but now they will be required upon the receipt of the grant award. It's important to carefully review all of the certified assurance and grant conditions. It's imperative to know what you're going to have to do should you get UOVC funding. If the application is awarded, all certified assurances need to be authorized official. This could be your board chair, your mayor, someone on your city council or county commissioner. The certified assurances and grant conditions will need to be sent to the authorized official, via DocuSign during the grant award process. That makes that a little bit easier, that it's not, this stack of papers that they have to initial every page and sign. It's all done through DocuSign now, which is convenient. And the certified assurances can be downloaded via the UOV website, and I believe they will also be on the GMS website as well. So if you go to the next slide here, this is just a screenshot that we have of what it'll look like to acknowledge them. So, and this is a VAWA application, but it says the applicant acknowledges that they have read and understand, in this case, the VAWA certified assurances and grant conditions, and that if the funds are awarded, the VAWA certified assurances and grant conditions will need to be signed by the agency's authorized official as part of the award agreement. So all you have to do now to make sure is that little box that's highlighted there is clicked. And this is the same process for all 3 grants. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the very last section that we have, and I believe there's only 2 or 3 slides here left, and then Tally will come in and wrap it up for us. So if you want to move on to the next slide from here, you should have heard about all of this stuff up to this point of what we need, but this is at the end, all the required documents that you're going to need to upload. The job descriptions you need to upload for all staff that are associated with a proposed project. This includes match positions, federally funded positions, admin positions, financial positions, etc. Anyone that's associated with the victim service program that you're applying for. The agency budgets, upload information regarding any budgets that are used to fund your victim service program, the budget justification form. It's imperative that it's filled out very well and you justify everything that you're asking for. Your organizational chart, we used to require that you had the positions listed and then the grant funded hours next to them. We're not requiring that anymore, but all staff associated with the project should be listed on the organizational chart and just to indicate that their work that you're applying for them for VOCA, for VAWA, for SASP, etc. The certification of consultation and coordination. We touched base on this earlier. In place of your letter of support for this cycle, for VAWA, in place of your collaborative project, in letters of collaboration, and for SASP, this is a new requirement this cycle. A couple of things that I just wanted to clarify because I saw some questions come through is the partnering agencies do not have to be applying for a UOVC grant, nor do they have to be applying for the same grant. It can be for VOCA, VAWA, SASP, and you can still coordinate and collaborate with those agencies. You can have the same partnering agencies and apply for more than one grant. You just need a separate collaboration form if you're doing all 3 for VOCA, for VAWA, for SASP, and the focus needs to be specific to that particular project. So I hope that clarifies a little bit of what we were discussing earlier. Your implementation justification form, this is required for VAWA. Applicants must show that their proposed project aligns with the statewide implementation plan. And for the VOCA required questions, please keep in mind that this is a new form that's been updated for this grant cycle. please carefully review before submitting. This is not something that you'll be able to use last cycle's form for. And next slide, please. Okay, additional documents, we'll turn it over to Mariah.
Okay, so these additional documents, they're not necessarily required unless you have certain things in your budget. And so we'll just kind of briefly go through that. The roster of the governing board, that's required for nonprofit organizations only. Verification of your 501c3 status, that is for new applying nonprofit organizations only. For your W-9, that is for new applicants only. If you're returning, we already have that on file and you don't need to provide that again. Your agency travel policy, that if your agency is requesting travel or training above the state rate, attach your agency policy that justifies your rates. For office-based vehicle depreciation, only applicable if you're using office space or vehicle as a match. Use fair market value estimates for office space and the value of the vehicle. And then contracts, provide a copy of the contracts for any contractual services requested in your budget. Next slide. Okay, if your agency is requesting emergency funds, attach that agency policy. For VOCA only, if applicable, rental deposit policy. Although security deposits are an allowable expense, UOVC is not offering this option at this time. In order to explore the feasibility of managing security deposits, UOVC is allowing agencies who have participated in the survivor-driven housing pilot program to include security deposits in their housing grant. Agencies who would like to apply for this option need to include in their application a policy outlining how their agency will distribute and collect security deposits, as well as an explanation of how they will manage them in their accounting procedures. For the sexual assault set-aside compliance, that is for VAWA applicants only if applying for the sexual set-aside money. Delivery of legal assistance, that is for VAWA and SASP if applicable, if you're going to be providing legal services. The standards of care, that's for rape crisis programs. And I believe that is all the additional documents that I have. I think Tally is coming on.
Okay, if you are still with us, you get a prize. We actually, it looks like still have 139 people, so way to go, everybody. If you had to step out and you're watching this recording, no judgment here. I totally get that. But we do want to just wrap up with a couple of things. Okay, so first of all, our final timeline is, okay, so webinar done, check. And then the deadline to register in the UOVC GMS and the intent to submit form, I did say this incorrectly earlier. I apologize to everybody. That is actually April 25th. So sorry about any confusion I caused earlier, but that is April 25th. I think there was a question on the time to do that. I put 11:59 on the intent to submit form. That was a little bit more informal, but we do want to get those in. Questions and technical support, April 28th. And then the big one to circle on your calendar in red is May 3rd at 11:59 p.m. Once again, I would highly, highly, highly recommend that you get that in at least a few days ahead of that. I am a last minute person myself. I am one of those people, but even when it comes to grant deadlines, it's usually at least a couple of days, if not more. Okay, and then as you guys know, we will be doing our screen and allocation process during that time, and we will be sending out notifications around June 27th. If you haven't heard anything back by June 29th, you can give us a call or an email. June 27th is the day of our board meeting, so we might not have it just right out on that day, so be patient with us. We know you guys are definitely waiting, and we are trying to get through these as fast as we can. And then the program begins on July 1st. So yeah, keep this timeline up somewhere so you can see it. There is a little bit more extra time this year because of the extra grant applications. We know that some of you might be applying for more than one grant, so we wanted to give you a little bit more time, but also enough time so that we could get them back out to you. Let me just make sure I'm getting all of my notes. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and then I think this is the main part. If there's any questions, once again, that question and answer sheet for the people, I know that there are a lot of questions in the Q&A today. We do see you. We're not purposefully trying to ignore you. Like we said, we did address the ones that were pretty quick and easy answer, but we know that there are definitely other questions on there that we just need to make sure that we're all on the same page about before we provide a public answer. So be looking on our website on that question and answer page in the next couple of days so that we can have that for you. Technical issues on the GMS, make sure to contact Dale or Mariah on any of that. And yeah, I think that's about it. So good luck to everybody. Thank you for hanging out with us all day. It's been an exciting day and good luck to all of you. Thank you.